This is a word.
Alrighty, everyone. Here we go. So, I'm trying to get this all set up correctly. I'm wanting to pull up NPR, like I did earlier, because they keep track of the vote count for us. And, gotta love YouTube. I keep entering in NPR. It's fucking pulling anything up for me. Only God fucking knows why. You know, whatever. So somehow on God's green earth here, I've got to get to their YouTube channel. Because their fucking YouTube channel is the one that's going to show me what it was that we saw last time. Anybody want to explain to me why YouTube doesn't want to fucking pull it up? Anybody at all? Because I don't know. I don't get it. I'm not understanding it. I'm on their fucking homepage. And I'm looking for, where's all your stuff, you know? Gee, thanks for showing me how to connect to Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You're trying to tell me you do not have a fucking YouTube page anymore? And I wanted to go to fucking that because that's what's going to have like the fucking countdown that we had last time. But, you know, it must not have been, maybe it was C-SPAN and not NPR that we were looking at. So we're going to go with that. We're going to assume that it was fucking C-SPAN. Take this right here is what we want. Started 5 minutes ago. Alright, I think we got what we want here. And here we start. I mean, I gotta hand it to this lady. She plays it really straight-faced.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Dear God, it seems this evening we may be at last standing at the threshold of a new Congress. I'm not done yet. Should we, with your blessing, find our way through the doorway this night, cause us to consider carefully what we have learned on the way. Turning to you each day, we asked for your help in our deliberations, and you answered us. But your answer was to allow us to suffer the anxiety, uncertainty, and aggravation that follows when we choose to allow healthy debate to devolve into contentious and unproductive argument. And yet, in your mercy, you transformed this foray into discord into an opportunity to learn to find common ground with unlikely partners. Would that this be a habit we continue. Remind us that while the spirit of dispute can be traced to our government's earliest days, we have served this country best when we sought to reconcile our differences with compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. May we be more willing to wield these fruits of your spirit in our future discourse with one another. We pray your continued mercy on us. May your anger with us last but a moment, and your favor a lifetime. And for all that we endure this night, allow joy to come in the morning. In the hope found in your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Representatives-elect are invited to join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
My main concern is that they're going to have the vote count appearing
For what purpose does the gentleman from North
on
Carolina
screen.
rise?
Madam Clerk, I'm honored to rise tonight to nominate my good friend, the gentleman from California, Kevin McCarthy, to serve as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman will suspend.
The big question is who will be the ones that will cave and will vote? That's the $1 million question.
The gentleman will suspend. The question recurs upon the election of a speaker, and the tellers will please come forward and take their seats.
That was right.
Once they're seated, you can just say the gentleman's recognized on his nomination.
Here, give them sheets. These are all their sheets.
You gotta hand it to this lady. She composes herself well. She gets it down to business, and she's got a pretty good, decent resting bitch face throughout the process. She's very professional.
The gentleman is recognized for his nomination.
Madam Clerk, I am honored to rise tonight to nominate my good friend, the gentleman from California,
Apparently when he did it the first time, I
Kevin
guess he
McCarthy,
hadn't
to
been
serve
yet
as Speaker of
recognized or
this
something.
House.
That's hilarious. Oh, God. Alright, you're so stunning, you're so brave. You've nominated somebody that several people in your party do not want. Let's see
Madam
if
Clerk,
we can
it's been a
actually
long
get
week.
voted on now.
And a lot of attention's been placed
patting yourselves on the back.
upon us here in the House.
And
But
let's
then
just
again,
do
I state
this.
that to the most famous woman in Washington this week. It was a better joke as written, actually, than delivered. But I want to start by thanking the men and women who make this House run. From the janitorial staff, to the parliamentarians, to the doorkeepers, to the sergeant of arms, to the Capitol Police officers, to the men and women that make this institution run, we thank you.
Yes, we all know that the place would smell like the shitty pieces that most of you are if we didn't have them cleaning and maintaining the building. They're really excited, like they think they have this in the bag.
And at this
Really
day,
applauding
and a
themselves
source
here.
of charity, we'd even thank the Capitol Press
Don't
Corps
forget
for sitting on
to
floors.
like and subscribe, everyone.
That too is actually funnier on the paper
Check
than how
out the
delivered.
links.
I don't know why you
Get
asked me to do this,
5%
Kevin.
off of coffee brand coffee.
Look, the president has called this process an embarrassment.
By using
Talking
the
heads have
link.
labeled this chaos and a mess, and some would
And-
call it shambolic even. But it's called democracy. And this is a hallmark of a free society where every voice and every vote counts. We know it's messy. We know it's messy. But open and transparent debate is what sets us apart from authoritarian regimes. In order to outcompete our adversaries, we must adhere to the principles that make our nation, this nation, our constitutional republic, great. And that starts with a free and open exchange of ideas. And that's exactly what we've done this week. To some, it may have felt like Congress was on hold. But the alternative, a government that assembles with no input from the representatives elected by the people, is a far worse alternative. And these constitutional principles we're adhering to in this complicated process of setting up the House. Over these last few days, Kevin McCarthy has allowed this process to work among House Republicans. And he's empowered members to come together to find consensus on behalf of conservative policy
that depends on who you
and
ask.
greater involvement of all voices.
I dare you to
throughout our
ask
conference.
Gaetz what he thinks.
We've all played
Or
a part.
Lauren Boebert.
We have all played a part, whether it's the dean or members who've just been waiting for 4 days and voting loyally. It's Kevin's leadership style that's been lacking in this institution for too long. It's the same style Kevin employed with each of us as we developed our policy proposal,
his leadership
A Commitment
style,
to America.
as former
A
President
plan
Trump
that
would
works
say,
to
hasn't
secure our
managed
border
to
and stop
seal
the
the
flow
deal.
of fentanyl into our communities, to give Chairman Comer and Chairman Jordan the tools they need to hold the Biden administration accountable for their failures, and to take China on and end the president's COVID emergency powers that have been abused far too many times. To finally reopen the People's House, empower our standing committees, and get people back to regular order here on the House floor. And countless other conservative solutions that are very powerful and good for constituents in Bakersville or Lincolnton, North Carolina. Madam Clerk, I'm one of the few members left on the Republican side who's had the pleasure of serving with Kevin for the entirety of his tenure in the House. In those years, I've worked closely with Kevin in a variety of different capacities. And, well, he's a good friend. But serving with him in these capacities has meant that I've heard every one of his stories. And the stories of Kevin O's Deli, I've heard way too many times. I don't know if you've heard that he won the lottery as well. Those stories, I could recount them chapter and verse. He's a dear friend. But all of you have heard these stories too. And it's also by my seat to watch him
it's 10 o'clock at night.
on a front row seat
It's
as
been a
he's
long
grown
week. It's
as a
Friday.
leader.
Just fucking vote already.
And especially this week, how he's grown as a leader. He knows more about members than they know about themselves. If your spouse is sick, he may send flowers or fruit before I did, on that story. But he cares so much about members,
Lord.
not for
Get
politics,
your story straight there,
but
buddy.
because he cares about people. He's unflinchingly optimistic. The glass is always half full. That's been a hell of a trait, especially this week. He's relentless. The man does not quit.
Like, oh yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, yes. Yes, that's just so me. That's just so me.
And it was Kevin that led Republicans back to the majority.
We're looking zazzy as hell today.
The only Republican institution in Washington this day. And Kevin has led us through these challenges the last few days. And Kevin is the right person to lead us over the coming 2 years. And that's why, at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Somebody's blinked. I'm calling it now. Enough people have blinked. And he's gonna get it. He is gonna get it. I'm calling it now. Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. If you have any thoughts about whether or not you want this man to be the Speaker of the House?
For what purpose
Speak
does
now.
the gentleman from California rise?
Or just
Madam
bitch
Clerk,
the next
I
week?
rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
Yeah, well, nobody wants him, dude. That's not happening.
The gentleman is recognized.
House Democrats are united behind the son of a social worker and substance abuse counselor, a leader who is deeply involved in his community and a tireless advocate for the least, the lost, and the left behind. He is a voice for the people.
Is he a
Madam
voice
Clerk,
for the unborn?
this is the people's house. Two years ago today, duly elected members of this body gathered here to certify the results of a free and fair election. And in doing so, we participated in a tradition that makes our democracy a marvel and the envy of the world, a peaceful transfer of power. But this body is more than a ceremonial chamber, Madam Clerk. This is a workplace where hundreds of men and women endure long, difficult hours before they punch out and go home to their families. Where good people come to work each day and maybe steal a quiet moment to themselves to look up at the ceiling or to look at the paintings, the statue of Abraham Lincoln,
What is
and to
this?
thank God for the blessings of liberty. Because this place is so much more than a chamber or even a
This is
workplace.
just a moment. I like to hear myself
It is,
talk
in Lincoln's words, a sign
And talk
we intend the union
about
shall go
absolutely
on.
nothing.
And I'm not just talking about the members either, Madam Clerk. I'm talking about you and your staff, the custodial staff, the floor staff, the institutional staff, our congressional staff, the Sergeant at Arms, our beloved chaplain, and the Capitol Police. I'm talking about the people who make this house work, the people who Hakeem Jeffries will never take for granted. Two years ago, Madam Clerk, we witnessed this place under siege by a violent mob who desecrated this building and the other chamber. But this feels a little familiar. Today, we adjourned amidst utter confusion. Only this time, we're returning in the dark of night, not to cast a vote to bring this country together and to do our jobs, but one that will set the path toward division and default.
What?
So if we are forced to be here this evening because of the chaos and crisis on the other side, it's only fair to point out, Madam Clerk, that the same individuals who fanned the flames of January 6th,
Oh, God.
who told their followers and their followers' followers that they needed to fight back, and who challenged the swearing in of members based on a bogus claim of fake electors, may well be in charge of the People's House if they can ever agree on who can lead them.
You see, you're just about to make them all mad enough that they're going to be sure to vote for him.
Will the
Stop
House
your
be in
guy from
order?
getting in.
That's why House Democrats stand united behind Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem is the only candidate in this race
Just do your
for
job.
Speaker
You have one
who will defend this
job right
democracy.
now, not to toot your own horn.
He's
not
the
to
only
poke the
candidate in this
bear.
race
You have
willing to
one
call
job
out
right
the
now.
lie that the election was
Let's
stolen.
speak.
And he's the
of the
only
House.
candidate in this race who
Let's do
thinks
it.
that everyone involved on January 6th ought to be held accountable regardless of the positions they hold in power. For justice and truth, and in memory of the lives lost on January 6th, I nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
If that happens, like, just pass me the side-eye. Big old glass of it. And I will drink it. Or just take a bullet. Put it in my mouth. I will drink it.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Alright, I want to make sure you're... Yep. Alright. We've got it up there. We've got the count. I'm happy to see that.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson.
Depending on how
Ballard.
many are actually there.
Jeffries. Banks.
depending on how many are actually there right now, they could need at least 218 votes. And if if 5 people decided to vote for someone else or abstain or whatever, then McCarthy
Jeffries.
or Jeffries
Vance.
will not get it.
McCarthy. Vera.
Earlier today, the
Jeffries.
number of representatives that were there and not, for some reason, back at their districts, they had to have like 217 or something.
Vice.
They just didn't have it.
McCarthy. Biggs. Biggs. Jordan. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia.
Well,
Jeffries.
the assumption that for sure the
Bishop
one
of North Carolina.
holdout
McCarthy.
is gonna be Gaetz,
Blumenauer.
presumably, and possibly Bobert.
Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Bobert. Present.
Oh. I wonder if it's the Democrats that are giving her a round of applause for that. I don't know. I think that's the first president vote that we've had.
Bonamici. Jeffries.
Boy.
Bost. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Rakeen.
If it goes along party lines,
Brown.
there's no way that Jeffries is getting it.
Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan.
Them putting up their own
McCarthy.
candidate,
Buck.
it's like it's performance theater.
Buck. Bouchon.
That's what it feels like.
McCarthy. Baczynski. Jeffries.
If you're enjoying this, be sure to hit that
McCarthy.
subscribe button if you're on the
Burgess.
app for
McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush.
if you're on the app for Rumble, you have that plussy. If you're on the app, if you're on the
McCarthy.
browser, you got that thumbs up.
Kennett. McCarthy.
And
Carabeo.
if you look at the description, there is a link to get 5% off
Carvajal.
an order of coffee brand
Jeffries.
coffee
Cardenas.
by the quartering.
Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscovani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud.
I
McCarthy.
mean, so far he doesn't have enough
Clyburn.
people defecting that somebody could still win.
Clyburn.
But we don't believe we've gotten to even Gaetz yet.
Jeffries. Clyde. McCarthy. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa.
Gentleman from New York, Jeffries.
Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Biggs. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois.
Oh boy.
Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries.
He may not have enough now. Let's see
Dean of
what
Pennsylvania.
Twitter is saying.
Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries.
Because two said others and Lauren Berber said present. So,
Texas's 15th Congressional District stands with Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
oh god.
DeLauro. Jeffries. Delphine. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. Diaz-Pizito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. McCarthy. Duarte.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Duncan.
What I don't want to happen
Dunn
is
of
for
Florida.
the GOP to screw this up so bad
Edwards. McCarthy.
that
Elsie.
we end up
McCarthy.
with Jeffries.
Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon.
4th District of Texas, vote for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy.
Save McCarthy. Don't make a
Ferguson.
production out of it. It's 10 o'clock at night, people.
Finstad.
Can we just do
McCarthy.
this? Can we?
Fishbaum.
Can we just do this?
McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy.
Oh, we have a record number 18 watching on
McCarthy.
Rumble. Don't forget to hit that plussy if you're watching on the app,
McCarthy.
or to hit that thumbs up
Fletcher.
button. Feel
Jeffries.
free to leave a
Flood.
comment about what you think is
McCarthy.
going to happen.
Foster.
You can also get 5% off
Fushi.
Coffee Brand Coffee.
Jeffries.
I can support the show that way.
Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost.
We have 14 watching
Jeffries.
on YouTube. Thank you so
Fry.
much.
McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gaetz. Gaetz.
Is he not there?
Gallagher.
Where's
McCarthy.
Gaetz?
Gallego.
Oh.
Jeffries. Garamendi.
Gaetz, bad boy. You're
Jeffries.
supposed to be there.
Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy.
You all
Golden
fucked
of
around. And we end up with Jeffries, a Democrat, instead of
of New
any
York.
Republican. Any Republican. I would take any one of them at this point.
Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas.
Oh, God.
Gooden of Texas.
Oh, God. This is...
McCarthy. Gosar. Gosar. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves.
Everyone was thinking, oh, we vote Republican, we're gonna end up with a
Graves of Louisiana.
Republican speaker, right? Because that's supposed to be
Graves of
important,
Missouri.
right?
McCarthy.
And
Green
they
of
are
Tennessee.
literally on the verge of screwing it up.
McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman.
Please feel free to leave a
McCarthy.
comment or two and let me know whether this all
Carter
pisses
of
you off as
California.
much as it pisses off me.
Carter of California. Harris. Harris. McCarthy. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana.
Well,
McCarthy.
there's Gaetz. Why didn't we vote
Higgins of New
earlier?
York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries.
Crazy. Absolutely insane.
Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman.
Well, at least right now
Jeffries.
McCarthy is in the lead, so at least there's that.
Isega. McCarthy.
But what I don't know is whether or not
Hunt.
some people that were out of town
McCarthy.
went ahead and made it in.
Isa.
And that's what they were hoping was going to happen by putting it out until 10. That guy, I'm wondering if that was a guy that changed his vote. That guy must have changed his vote from what it was earlier. Maybe that's gonna mean that it's clenched for him. And that's why they're excited. It better be, because if you guys couldn't get your act together and we ended up with Jeffries, I'm gonna be pissed.
Isa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina.
Election fraud has consequences, says. There's no way
Jackson
that
of
Jeffrey
Texas.
can win. Where did you take your basic civics class?
McCarthy.
20 years ago.
Jackson Lee.
The Democrats don't have enough House seats for him to win unless at least 9 Republicans favor him. Well, thank you. That's good to know. I appreciate it.
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries.
I would hope that
James.
9 Republicans wouldn't end up vacating.
McCarthy. Jaya Paul. Jeffries. Jeffries. Jeffries.
So studied, so brave. He voted for himself.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kemlogar Dove. Jeffries.
Cars 10W,
Cantor.
it says. Hard to watch these clowns. They all make
Jeffries.
themselves rich on our backs.
Kane of New
Do
Jersey.
nothing out of integrity or on behalf of
McCarthy.
the people. They are also
Keating.
self-satisfied.
Jeffries.
Oh, amen.
Kelly of Illinois.
Amen to that.
Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Connor. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa.
Northern California for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lamborn.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Latta.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. LaTurner.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lawler.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. The Honorable Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. McCarthy. Latrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries.
I'm looking
Massey.
on Twitter, and there are some people that are
McCarthy.
wrongly thinking
Mast.
that Gaetz wasn't there to vote. For some reason, he just
Mast.
didn't
McCarthy.
say anything when his name was called, and he
Matsui.
will have another chance
Jeffries.
to
At bat.
do that.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Oh, look at me. Look at me. Look who I voted for.
If you're a homeowner in Ohio and you're still paying for your electricity, then I've got some big
McCall.
We're gonna have to do like
McCarthy.
in there. Sorry, guys.
McLean. McCarthy.
Yep, I did.
McClintock.
See, it's a little bit behind from what I
McCarthy.
see.
McCullum.
Try to get back to it as quick as I could.
Jeffries. McCormick.
Sorry about that.
McCarthy. McGarvey.
We're professionals here.
Jeffries. McGovern.
Cars 10W
Jeffries.
says Gaetz came in the room
McCain.
later after he was called.
McCarthy.
But you know, Twitter's a little slow on the
Meeks.
updates with that, so.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Menendez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mean. Jeffries. Muser.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Mfume.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. McCarthy. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Molinaro.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Molinar.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan.
Well, here's a interesting comment that I'm seeing on Twitter here. The mistake members of Congress make is thinking that the parents who can't afford baby formula, medicine, or afford groceries give a shit about the pissing contest going on the House floor. Up until now, Democrats caused this destruction while McCarthy signed off on it. Hashtag speaker vote.
Jeffries. The Goose. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. McCarthy. None of Iowa.
Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. McCarthy. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta.
Welcome to
Jeffries.
the amazing
Thomas.
views that I'm getting on
Jeffries.
both
Pasquarel.
the Rumble here and also
Jeffries.
on YouTube.
Payne.
Pretty exciting for me. Got a record here.
Jeffries. Pelosi.
Feel free to
Jeffries.
drop a comment about what you
Alcala.
think about what's going on here.
Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy.
Curious how many of my
Perez.
viewers actually wanted McCarthy.
Jeffries. Perry.
It's crazy to me that
McCarthy.
when they were in their conferences and they were picking their
Peters.
candidate, that
Jeffries.
he
Patterson.
was.
Jeffries.
I was under the impression that I read something
Kluger.
that it was unanimous decision,
McCarthy.
but apparently
Phillips.
that's not true.
Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries.
Mind you, it's
McCann.
been 20 some odd years since I
Jeffries.
took a civic class on this.
Porter. Jeffries.
Till now, I haven't really
Posey.
paid a whole
McCarthy.
lot of attention to how the Speaker of the
Presley.
House vote went. And,
Jeffries.
yeah, it's important to pay attention.
Quigley.
It's also really important that you start
Jeffries.
paying attention to your local
Ramirez.
elections.
Jeffries. Raskin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy.
One of the things that I plan to be taking another look at is
Rogers of
I'm in
Kentucky.
Ohio and I'm
McCarthy.
needing to find out who our
Rose.
Speaker of the House ended up being for
McCarthy.
the Ohio House.
Rosendale.
Sounds like there's been some controversy brewing about
Vance.
that.
Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Oh boy.
Ruiz.
The others is
Jeffries.
now at 4, and the present is at
Ruppersberger.
1. Ugh.
Jeffries.
Wait, man.
Rutherford.
Oh, Lord God.
McCarthy.
Someone on Twitter says, well, no
Ryan.
Pope tonight. No Pope tonight.
Jeffries.
He lost 5. Back to the drawing board.
Salazar.
Ugh.
McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy.
I think that might be correct from what I was Googling earlier.
Sarbanes.
Is that since he's
Jeffries.
lost 5, there
Scalise.
will not be a speaker
McCarthy.
tonight.
Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. David Scott. Scott of Virginia.
The only way that they're going to end up
Self.
getting a house is
McCarthy.
if somebody's going to have to
Sessions.
blink at some point.
McCarthy.
Oh, goodness.
Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson.
And see, there
McCarthy.
really there may actually be
Slotkin. Jeffries.
more people
Smith of
within the
Missouri.
Republican Party that is not
McCarthy.
happy with how this is
Smith of
is
Nebraska.
playing out. That are kind of
McCarthy.
frustrated with this. You go into chat
New
rooms like
Jersey.
this, and
McCarthy.
you go on Twitter,
Smith of
and
Washington.
it can line them down like,
Jeffries.
you know, everybody
Smucker.
is on the same page of
McCarthy.
not wanting McCarthy and hating
Sorensen.
the guy's guts.
Jeffries.
But
Soto.
there are some people that just care about,
Jeffries.
we fucking have it,
Spanberger.
you know,
Jeffries.
and you're
Sparks.
pulling this shit.
McCarthy. Stansbury.
They're getting really.
Jeffries.
They may be surprised to find out that there's more people that are getting frustrated with Gaetz and some of the others than
Stanton.
what they think.
Jeffries.
And they may
Stallman.
have more people
McCarthy.
out of the American public that
Steele.
is not happy with
McCarthy.
the GOP's ability
Stefanik.
to come to agreement
McCarthy.
than what they realize.
Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy.
Because when I talk to family, I talk to friends,
Jeffries.
and not just people online,
Stewart.
the attitude that I
McCarthy.
get is a little bit different.
Strickland.
And
Jeffries.
when I get on
Strong.
here and I see all this,
McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew.
Mr. Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Van Dyne.
the problem with McCarthy,
McCarthy.
according to Cars 10W on
Van
Rumble,
Orden.
Kevin McCarthy.
is that he will never
McCarthy.
set right all the garbage that took place in the past
Vargas.
7 years, told to slow roll every
Jeffries.
Democrat agenda.
Vasquez.
His wins solidifies the Unit Party
Jeffries.
for years.
VC.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg.
Mr. McCarthy.
McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy.
They're
Wexton.
probably trying to talk to Gaetz like
Jeffries.
right now and be like,
Wild.
dude, what are you doing?
Jeffries. Williams of Georgia.
What are you gonna do?
Jeffries. Williams of New York.
I wish I could lip read.
Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas.
The way I understood things differently, and if
McCarthy.
the election fraud has consequences
Florida.
on Rumble is still here. But the way I understood things earlier
Jeffries.
is since they had 4 people voting other
Wilson
and
of
1
South
person
Carolina.
voting present, which was Lauren Wilkins,
McCarthy. Whitman.
they don't have the votes that they're going to
McCarthy.
need.
Womack. McCarthy. Yacom.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Okay, so now here's the part where Gaetz will have a chance. Gaetz will have a chance to make his vote. I think that if he's there, he's expected to at least vote present.
Buck.
Unless he ended up.
McCarthy.
Maybe they're excited because I missed the memo that they had enough. I don't know. We'll see.
Gaetz.
Narrow ways, narrow gate ministry. Narrow way, narrow way. Narrow way, narrow gate ministries. Said, is there any doubt that the fascist Freemason establishment would have its choice put in
Gosar.
as speaker? Did Gaetz vote present? Did I miss Gaetz voting present?
McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana.
Gaetz just voted McCarthy? What? He blinked! He fucking blinked!
Harder of California. Jeffries.
After all this, he fucking blinked.
David Scott. Jeffries.
Narrow way, narrow gate ministry, it says on Rumble. That's what it sounded like. Carson W says McCarthy gave him some things he wanted. But I think he may still not have won. I don't know, I'm trying to... Wonder if they're exchanging words. I don't know what's going on here. Someone's saying on Twitter now, wow, they're still short. Ooh. Ooh. Oh boy. Okay, well, according to Twitter, Gaetz and Boebert voted present. Not enough for McCarthy to win the speaker vote on this ballot, but they were both still flipped. What? What? Whoa! Oh! Oh! What did we miss? What did we miss? Oh! Narrow way, narrow gate ministry says if McCarthy doesn't win tonight, he will keep going because he's the establishment's candidate. They own both parties, media, narrative, and they get what they want. They also say this has all been about marginalizing the freedom and the MAGA representatives' power. I can totally believe that, but man, we need microphones on these dudes. This is the best drama we've had through this entire thing. We can't hear what they're fucking saying. Ugh. Wondering, so since it's been 20 years since I've taken civics class, can somebody tell me, does Gaetz have an opportunity to change his vote? And that's what that was all about. They're trying to tell him, don't be an ass. Shaking hands. It's like, well, it's like, I don't want to talk to you. That was a half-hearted handshake. Yeah. Cars Tindobio on Rumble says, we need some lip readers. Oh, narrow way, narrow gate ministry says, yes he does. So he has a chance to change his vote. So if he has an opportunity to change his vote, I'm pretty much fucking guessing that that's what's going on right now. WSB 84, Gaetz has them by the doodads. Yes, he does. And narrow way, narrow Gaetz Ministries. Until the roll is closed, anyone can change their vote. I've been getting the education today in the way that voting for the House Speaker works. Well, you know, hey, at least McCarthy here is able to have some laughs. Getting up real close there with Gaetz. It's like, man, what did you have for lunch? Practically kissing. Narrow way, narrow gate ministry says McCarthy's body language says he's pissed, but he's trying not to show it. I think he's pretty much exhausted. It's like it's 11 o'clock at night, people. Can we just do this already? Can we just do this already? Gaetz is saying, bitch, no. Oh, Lord Almighty. I'm gonna go ahead and go to FoxNews.com here and see if, because obviously they don't have the votes. Okay, so there's a pinned comment here on their thing. Okay, wait a minute. That's facts. Let's read that. McCarthy needs 218 votes to become Speaker if all congressmen are present. Republicans have a slim majority of 222 lawmakers, so McCarthy can leave only 4 GOP mines unchanged. The House adjourned Thursday, even after 11 total failed attempts to elect a Speaker. We know that. McCarthy is making progress, somebody said. The House began its 4th day of votes Friday. McCarthy managed to gain the votes of 15 previous holdouts in the 12th and 14th round. The House will reconvene at 10 p.m. Eastern Friday evening to get down to 14 ballots, and McCarthy is confident he will prevail. Well, hold your horses there, dude. Rumble. WS84, I don't think Gaetz was accused of bully tactics. I'm certainly hoping not. But y'all in chat need to keep in mind too that what you all necessarily are feeling and thinking about this is not necessarily a reflection of the way the entire country feels. And the Republican Party may be doing themselves more harm than good down the road by going through all this shit. Narrow Gate Ministries. McCarthy is Mitch McConnell Jr. Yeah, Mitch was disappointed. Narrow Gate Ministry also says Fox is not reporting anything, but vote underway. Yeah, their last update was an hour ago. Republican in Wisconsin was mad that Gaetz was dragging this out. WS84 says McCarthy, McDonald, McDaniel. It's the McRhino caucus. Narrow Gate Ministries. Most of the country still thinks their vote counts. There are 2 parties, and we are a democracy. Sadly, they are deceived. Yeah, well, the people that I'm talking about, they understand that we're a constitutional republic and not a democracy. They get that. But for whatever reason, they don't hold quite the same disdain for McCarthy that everybody else seems to hold. So, at least that's kind of the impression that I get from people, talking with people IRL in real life. Baron Wolfsbane, did McCarthy just win? And unless they're convincing some of these 6 people to change their vote, McCarthy did not win. A lot of the hubbub I think that we're seeing now, Baron Wolfsbane, is they are trying to convince some people to possibly change their vote because they still have a chance to do that. On Rumble, WS84 polls show Republican voters do not want McCarthy is probably the best option for Democrats. Well, I know. I mean, can't we trust polls anymore? Because the polls told us we were going to have a right way. So, narrow way, narrow gate ministries, all votes in. McCall 216, Jeff 212, others 4, present 2. But they're seeming to do things a little bit different than what they did last time. And they're not yet. They still have a process where they have to confirm the votes, and it doesn't appear that they've done that. Oh, okay. I didn't hear. For some reason, I did not hear them say that. There's usually an announcement made, and I did not hear that. But Narrow Way, Narrow Gate Ministry says, I think they just closed the polls. Reps are asking for the tally. Cars 10W. McCarthy needs 218 votes. Yes, that is definitely my understanding. I did not realize, I believe the last time we heard them close the roll, and I did not hear it. Baron Wolfsbane, I thought present doesn't count and just subtracts from necessary votes. Thanks for the info and the coverage. That is a good question. We are all learning together, Baron Wolfsbane. I haven't taken civics class in 20 years. So, guess how much of this I actually remember. Okay, here we go.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 216.
Maybe he's happy about that because them voting present does change that. Maybe that's why he's excited about that. That's the only thing that I can think of.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the
I got
state
people
of
here
New York has received 212.
saying that they think the number is 217 is one shy. They're all. Why are they congratulating themselves on how many he got? He didn't fucking win. Yeah.
The Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 2.
WS84 says on Rumble, 216 is 50%, not a majority.
No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected.
Ugh. What is he saying? They don't have his mic on.
Will the gentleman repeat his motion?
I move the House do now adjourn until noon Monday.
No!
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor, say.
I know. It's completely ridiculous that they oh gosh. Narrow Way, Narrow Gate Ministries on Rumble says they are full of themselves. Yappity yap.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
As for the yeas and nays.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Yes, they did that. They did that earlier.
Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered.
What? What did she mean by that? What? Thank you to the record 142 people that are watching this shit show on YouTube. The request for yays and nays make Republicans look bad. I mean, kinda. I don't know. Personally, I find it difficult to tell by them just all yelling out yay and nay like that. I would rather them do an actual vote. On Rumble, everyone agrees. They are full of themselves, so like high school. No wins, let's do this again. Narrow game ministries. Even if they resolve this, the government goes nowhere within our House, D-Senate, and a D-President. We're locked for 2 years. Huh? They have to go through all the names again for yay or nays to adjourn or not. Fox News reporting McCarthy 0 to 14. Yeah, because people are. You got two things that are going on here, John Gaetz. Thank you for joining in on the YouTubes. The problem of it is you've got two things going on here, and yeah, see, they are doing the vote there. You got two things going on here. You've got people voting along the typical party lines, and then you've got a couple of people that are not wanting to play ball and vote with their party. And it's hard to say just how long this will go on and whether or not it will literally go on forever, because nobody wants to play ball. Nobody. Yeah. I don't know how well that works. Oh, I see. Fox News reporting McCarthy 0 to 14, 0 wins, 14 losses. Yeah. Elm Batley on Rumble says, this is wacky. McCarthy should step down, but the Republicans are not able to be united with whatever the case. Seems doomed either way. Narrow Game Ministries says 2 votes were made for Jim Jordan again, 2 votes present. Not sure who the other 2 votes were for. One Democrat could have ended this by just not voting, says WS84. I definitely have heard that some people would say, I just wish this would go on forever. I definitely hear that sentiment because people are sick of the way so many of them are doing their job, and they can't really do. I guess they can't do anything until they get this done. I personally would. I would like to see at least an attempt made. I'd like to see at least attempt made to go about the business of the American people, and to, you know, I do not think that this will necessarily have the reaction that they're wanting it to have in the minds of some Americans. And that's unfortunate. I think it's so funny. The Republicans want to, you know, call it a night. And the Democrats are like, no! Because they, you know, they're enjoying watching McCarthy lose over and over again. Someone on YouTube, I believe, was asking what happened. Yeah, so basically, Sonia, he didn't get the votes that he needed, and the vote is now to whether or not they're going to wait until Monday to vote again. I don't want them to wait, in part just because I will have to work, and I won't be able to stream it. I won't be able to watch it in real time. The Republicans are starting to look stupid. Yeah, probably. They absolutely are. On Rumble, El Mapley says maybe the gridlock would actually help the overall country for the moment before stopping more bad decisions from these politicians. Carson W agrees. I mean, maybe. I certainly understand the sentiment behind that. But part of me wishes that they could, that there was a way for the government to do the job that so many of them want them to do, is what I tend to wish. And that maybe I'm the majority in that. I'm not sure that what's going on right now is really going to end up, how much all of this is going to end up helping the country. Yeah, but stay and do your job for more than one vote. Yeah. I mean, you push it out until 10 o'clock at night. Well, at least 2 Republicans voted no to going home one night, so maybe they'll end up having to vote again. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. That's gonna be hilarious. They're like, fuck all of you. We want to go home and we want to argue with everyone to try to get them to change their vote. WSB 84. I stepped away. Are they voting again tonight? Right now, the total of yay to adjourn is 210, and the nay is 214. We have 5 minutes remaining, so we'll see. WS 84. These old geezers are up past their bedtime. people working much harder and longer hours than Congress does. I say stay and do your jobs, earn your pay. It's been a long time since most congressmen and women have earned their pay. Well, all I know is my cat is saying, fuck this, I want you to be sitting where I can curl up on your lap. He's looking at me like, what? I know. I know, Maverick, I know. You have one job, right? Which is to sit on my lap and give me comfort and to cuddle. And you can do that one job. Why our elected officials cannot, I will never understand. This is why I like cats better than I like people, y'all. Oh, someone on Baron Wolfsbane says on YouTube, oh, by the way, vote can be cast after time limit. Robert Conover making an excellent point as well. Like, I totally get it. That's interesting. Let's see what happens here. We got a little over 2 minutes left. Baron Wolfsbane says it happened on a previous adjournment. Well, the big thing that I would like to see is I would like to see so much fucking money to stop going to Ukraine. I mean, here's the thing. I don't want to, see Putin to continue to do some of the shit that he's done, and I'm not saying that Ukraine is completely innocent either. You gotta realize that there are people that do not even know where some of the loved ones are, and others that were living in other cities after the Russians came through, because they forcibly deported them. I mean, that's just evil, in my opinion. It's just that what they're. I don't think that the Ukrainians have done everything right either, but that's just an awful thing to go through. And so I would love to see something done to get Putin to stop, but us continually just throwing money at them without any accountability is no. And just the sheer amount of it is insane. And if you go on Twitter, you'll even see people that are raising money for different units in Ukraine to get vehicles, to get armor, and it's like, what happened to the several billion that we just sent you? Like, it's just like, it's just a hole that we're just sending all our money into. Narrow Gate Ministries cat scheme to take over the world. Yep. Mine's pissed because I think he feels like he's failed to rule the roost and dictate to me what I'm going to do. WS84, it's funny. Republicans are voting to go home. Democrats want to force another vote. What is Gaetz doing? What the fuck is he doing? What the fuck is he doing? Yeah. I love Gaetz too, Narrow Game Ministries. Did he change his vote to nay? Did he change his vote to not go? Oh, he's about to call it damn right. Oh no! Oh no! Oh Lord God Almighty! This is something else. Oh shit! Guys, this is amazing. Thank you so much for being here. This is probably the first time that I've ever had a little bit of a hard time keeping up with all the comments. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you to the 308 who are on YouTube right now. God bless you for being here. Seriously. Keep them all in the same room so the Supreme Court can arrest them all with the Brunson case. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That was in conference today, and they were supposed to be deciding on whether or not they were going to hear that. I was keeping an eye on that. It doesn't look like it did. I can spend a little bit of time later here going over that when we figure out exactly what it is that we're going to do. Let's see what... Fox News is reporting that there's just chaos on the floor right now. Because he fell short of the vote. But right now, honestly, there appears to be chaos because people are changing their votes. People are changing their votes here to leave. That seems to be causing the most chaos right now. Oh, thank you, Pastafarid Canoe. I said that okay. Appreciate you. Trust me, I'm not taking this amazing turnout that I'm having right now lightly at all. The one thing that is nice about YouTube is that I can put your comments on the screen here using Restream.io. So people that are on Rumble, if I'm not able to read them all, are seeing them. Yeah, Baron, votes changing after time of 2LL. Why the timer? I know. I mean, it seems kind of counterintuitive. People are like, they can't even get this vote done. We really got y'all. Yeah, one job, y'all. One fucking job, y'all. And that's the vote. You aren't giving us a good vibe here. You know how this voting thing works. But it's looking like WS84, another vote coming up soon. I know, right? That's what's gonna have to happen. And I'm wanting for some kind of freaking announcement to be made here because I gotta use the fucking bathroom. I've had Mountain Dew. I had something alcoholic in the refrigerator. But I think I might be glad at this point that I didn't have that because nothing makes me have to go potty more than freaking alcohol. Somebody on Twitter is trying to say that it's looking like Gaetz is going to change his vote. Huh. I'm not really sure where they're getting that. Patch McCain is talking to Gaetz. You know, for the longest time, I had liked Crenshaw, but apparently people are really mad at Crenshaw because I guess of his involvement in the World Economic Forum, that he supports that. They feel like he's a war hawk. They don't like, I guess, apparently he's been really pro-funding Ukraine. But at one time, honestly, I mean, I was kind of like, if there was any, if I had to pick somebody else other than getting Trump back in, I would have been willing to go for him because my position was the most important thing that the president does is being the head of the armed services. And I'm old enough to remember, I'll be able to do this here. I'm old enough to remember a time that it mattered whether or not the president had any military service. And to me, it just felt like it was kind of important that mattered. And so that was kind of what I liked about Crenshaw, but there was a lot of Republicans that decided that they don't like him. Cars 10W from Rumble says, Crenshaw is an elitist who thinks he isn't smarter than he is. He has an authoritarian soul inside him. Yeah, the worm on him turned pretty quickly. Okay, here we go. Come on, I gotta piss people. One more time, oh my god. I don't know, maybe some of those holdouts, maybe they told him, you know, look, let's do this. Wow, 573 watching on YouTube. Thank you so much. We got 29 watching on Rumble. If you're watching on Rumble and you have not yet subscribed, I'm wanting to get up to 100. Because if I get up to 100, I do not have to pay the $10 fee to stream. And so that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Narrow Gate Ministries, true veterans do not throw up their service as if they are owed something. Crenshaw is a mini McCain. I'm a disabled vet, and Crenshaw disgusts me using his veteran status to move himself. That's fair. I can understand why some veterans would feel that way. Natalie on Rumble says the hippie generation is leading this country into the gutter, and it is on display. Yeah, it's not about we the people, it's about them keeping control, and when all else fails, they take you to war, a house full of stakes. Since O'Brien controls the money, it's all about the bottom line. It's definitely all about money.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change a vote?
They're still giving them a chance.
Off aye on no for Mr. Gaetz, Maliotakis, Boebert, Roy, Style, McCarthy, Burchett, Latta, Stauber, Lawler, McLean, Crane, Biggs, Good, Huizinga, Rosendale, Griffith, Kane of New Jersey, Turner, Emmer, Lunar, Duncan, Van Drew, Klein, Nunn of Iowa, Jimenez, Van Dyne, Carl, Davidson, Strong, Tenney, Bilirakis.
Is anybody else hearing an echo?
Winstrup, Burgess, Wagner, Wahlberg, Johnson of South Dakota, Smirker, Mast, Scalise, Molinaro, Kamek, Guthrie, Fleischman, Rogers of Kentucky, Murphy, Rushenthaler, Langworthy, Joyce of Ohio.
I think I figured out what the problem is.
Lamalfa, Graves of
It was
Missouri,
happening because of
Benz,
Fox News.
C. Scott Franklin,
Sorry about that.
Meeks, Weiss, Miller of Ohio, Rogers of Washington, Obernolte, D'Esposito, and Fitzpatrick.
We're professionals
All
here,
no
people.
on aye for Ms.
Might have some echoes out of
Maliotakis.
time or two. You guys, I may have to adjourn myself briefly to use the restroom once the vote gets started. I do not have mods on YouTube, so the 300 plus of you that are all on YouTube, I'm going to count on you to be behaving yourselves while I run to the restroom. But I'm going to wait here until they actually officially get started.
On this vote, the yeas are 155, the nays are 279. The motion is not adopted.
But this could mean that they got some of those other people to change their vote, and that's why.
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as the Speaker of the House.
If Boebert and Gaetz blinked, fuck them both. Because that's why they're congratulating themselves right now. Ugh. They've got enough people to blink. And I have mixed feeling about it. At one point, I'm like,
Madam Clerk,
let's get on to the business of doing it.
The world, the eyes of America are on this body right now. What America needs, what this body needs, is a lot less talk and a lot more action. And at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House of the 118th Congress.
I would have agreed that it was a good thing if it was looking like McCarthy would have been the one that backed down and said, fine, put somebody else up because these people are not going to blink, they're not going to budge.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to say, wow.
Yeah. The entire internet.
And Madam Clerk, I rise to place into nomination for election to the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives the esteemed and wonderful leader of House Democrats, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries of New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Boo! Boo! Thank God we're unlikely to end up with you.
Friends, our nation's first president, unanimously elected by the Electoral College in 1789, keeps watch over us every single day right here in this chamber. And in his inaugural address to our new nation,
McCarthy,
he
1 to
spoke of,
15,
and I
establishment
quote,
win again,
"A form
people
of
lose again,
government
prepare
for the
your
security
wallets for more
of our
proliferate.
union
Yeah, probably
and
right.
the advancement of our happiness.
No way, Narrowgate Ministries.
Security of our union
Probably
and
right.
advancement of our happiness.
But I
But
don't.
234 years later,
I don't know.
and after 14 rounds of balloting,
I don't know if
in
this
a
was ever going
ridiculous
to end
war for personal
any
power
other way or
across
not.
the aisle, we, the people,
If they had
still find
100
ourselves
people
without a constituted
that were
government.
holding out,
Our security
this point,
neglected, and the advancement
then there
of
would have been more pressure
impossible.
on McCarthy
And
to
happiness,
drop out.
suffice to say, Americans are
But, you
unhappy
know,
by the nonsense and the
they had
dysfunction playing
6
out
or so
on this
people.
floor. Particularly those who need us the most, who rely on our offices, and I mean every single one of our offices, for services and support. Not to mention,
All right,
the
I'm going to
unhappy
count on
GOP
you all
and
to
Democratic
behave
ranking
yourself
members and chairs
while I
of the House
adjourn.
Foreign Affairs Committee,
To use
our
a
Armed
little girl
Services
term.
Committee, and the Intel Committees,
All right.
who say that the risk to our safety and security grows with each passing hour.
I will be
So,
right
my friends,
back.
this is not just unhappiness.
Don't force
This
me
is
to block
dangerous.
anyone when I come back.
However,
Not really
the
so much worried about
212 unified members of the House Democratic Caucus have a very effective
Rumble
solution for
as
this
I
problem.
am YouTube.
We call him
I'll be
Hakeem
right back.
Jeffries. And in the spirit of friendliness and hopefulness, we extend a warm invitation to just 6 of you across the aisle to join us. Join us. And let's end this nonsense, constitute this Congress, and elect him Speaker of the House. A man who is ready to work with everyone in this Congress and throughout our country to place people over politics and solve our country's problems. A man of competency, of decency, and integrity, a man of courage, of honor, and resolve, a man who listens better than anyone I have ever known in my life, a man of innovation and cooperation, and yes, indeed, alliteration. 14,421 Americans have served in the United States Congress since George Washington's inaugural address 234 years ago. One of the very finest of those Americans is Hakeem Jeffries of the great state of New York, and it is the honor of a lifetime to place his name into nomination for Speaker of the House.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford.
McCarthy for the win, please.
McCarthy.
Here we go. I'm
Allen.
back.
McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries.
Oh my God.
Babin.
How many views do I have on YouTube right now?
Bacon.
856? What the fuck?
Bacon.
I've never had 856
McCarthy.
views. Holy
Baird.
shit.
Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries.
Sometimes I like MTG, sometimes I don't. No.
Banks.
I understand
McCarthy.
the sentiment.
Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy.
Did MTG
Bain.
change her vote? Is that what happened? I was coming back from the bathroom.
Jeffries. Betts. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman.
Matley, why don't the rest of the
McCarthy.
Republicans nominate a different candidate? Why is it so
Fire.
difficult to add McCarthy?
Jeffries.
Are they all sold out? Apparently,
Rice.
Matley, they are all sold out.
Final time, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Biggs. Present.
Wait, who said present? Was that a Democrat? They're happy about that. What the hell?
Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. McCarthy. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Present. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy.
Wow.
Bowman.
I'm not used to
Jeffries.
so much
Boyle of Pennsylvania.
hate for
Jeffries.
MTG.
Rakeen. McCarthy. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy.
John.
Baczynski.
John Doe, I am curious about that.
Jeffries.
What if it ended up being
Burchett.
the choice between
McCarthy. Burgess.
DeSantis
McCarthy.
and somebody else? What if
Burleson.
Trump didn't get the nomination?
McCarthy.
What would you do?
Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy.
Even if he does remove it, there are a lot of people that are not happy with some
Carter
things that
of
they're
Georgia.
they say they're not happy that he
McCarthy.
actually
Carter
endorsed
of Louisiana.
McCarthy.
Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy.
So
Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries.
this is crazy. It's actually
Castro
hard for me
of
to try and
Texas.
keep up with the YouTube
Jeffries.
chat and to click on the right things because
Chavez
I'm not used to
Serena.
having so many people.
McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries.
Narrowway,
Cisco
Narrowgate
Biden.
Ministries. Trump is a poor judge of character far too many
McCarthy.
times. Yeah.
Clark
There's
of
a lot of people that feel that
Massachusetts.
way.
Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver.
WS84,
Jeffries.
get on Rumble, a green arrow, but it
Klein.
also appears the bench is weak.
McCarthy.
Yeah.
Cloud.
Wouldn't it be something if they were like, we have to vote again because we know that we've got the votes?
Jeffries. Clyde.
Some of the holdouts were like,
McCarthy.
hold my beer.
Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Present. Crawford.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Crenshaw. Crenshaw.
Well, Sharon,
McCarthy.
I'm not too bothered
Crockett.
by that. I've voted for
Jeffries.
Trump twice.
Crow.
I don't want chat to be
Jeffries.
a echo
Cuellar.
chamber. I
Jeffries.
defer.
Curtis.
I prefer to people
McCarthy.
try and keep it classy,
Davids of Kansas.
but I try to
Jeffries.
run as much as I can without endangering the
Davidson.
channel.
McCarthy.
A free speech environment.
Davis of Illinois.
If you go over onto
Jeffries.
Rumble, hell, you can say the
Davis of
N-word on
North
there and you
Carolina.
wouldn't get in trouble for it.
Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania.
This is
Jeffries.
kind of wild to me
Gaetz.
right now to
Jeffries.
have,
Dela Cruz.
I guess, 661 people.
McCarthy.
I think at one point I thought the number was 800. Maybe I
Jeffries.
wasn't reading it very right.
Del
Maybe I had that wrong. Maybe it wasn't 800.
Jeffries.
But at
DeLucia.
any rate, it's like 4 times what I'm used to here.
Jeffries.
So
Dusanier.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy.
not one patriot, isn't there?
Esposito.
And I went, oh, and you are you talking about in
McCarthy.
Congress? Yeah.
Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries.
Thank you so much, Dean Morgan.
Doggett.
Appreciate that.
Jeffries.
Bless you.
Donalds. McCarthy. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy.
Did Crenshaw vote
Elsie.
present? That's a good question.
McCarthy.
Narrow
Emmer.
Way, Narrow Game Ministries just asked that.
McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon.
4th District, Texas, 15 times over. Vote for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy.
Someone on Twitter is making a very important
McCarthy.
note here. At Gopp leader cannot be trusted. The fact that we have as many in the Republican Party who would vote for
McCarthy.
someone like him for leadership shows us why our
Fletcher.
country is in so much trouble. Also, why would Trump ever support the
Flood.
snake?
McCarthy.
Speaker vote. January 6th. Hashtag
Foster.
Speaker Road, hashtag January 6th.
Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries.
He might not be happy
Fox.
about the
McCarthy.
McCarthy
Louis
vote for
Frankel.
different reasons.
Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gaetz. Present.
Oh gosh. Does voting present did we decide if voting present guarantees
Gallagher.
that
McCarthy.
he'll get it then? Is that what the deal is?
Jeffries. Garamendi.
Narrow Gay Ministries on Rumble says 216 for the win.
Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia.
Well, now he's
McCarthy. Robert
wait, you know,
Garcia.
it's either 216 or 215.
Garcia of
We know that it's we know that it's over 200.
Garcia
Okay,
of Texas.
Cars 10W voting present lowers the number of
Jeffries.
votes needed.
Jimenez.
And we have 4 voting present.
McCarthy.
Fuck that.
Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York.
It better not
Jeffries.
end up being 9 people that all vote fucking present.
Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy.
I got
Vicente
scolded
Gonzalez.
earlier for worrying that this other guy could win because
Vicente
of
Gonzalez.
how many would have to advocate, but good lord,
Good
they were
of
telling me
Virginia.
that
Present.
there's no other Jeffries to win. Where did you take your basic civics class? The Democrats don't have enough House seats for
Gooden
him to
of
win,
Texas.
and at least 9 Republicans vacate.
McCarthy.
Well, they would only need 4.
Gosar.
They would only need 4
McCarthy.
more to
Horkheimer.
come around and
Jeffries.
be like,
Granger.
you know what? You're not gonna play ball and
Granger.
do what we want, then
McCarthy.
it is
Graves
very,
of
very risky
Louisiana.
to lower
McCarthy.
the number that is needed. It's
Graves
very, very
of
risky.
Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee.
McCarthy.
Because I understand we don't
McCarthy.
want McCarthy, but we don't want this
Green of
Rakeem
Texas.
dude either.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva.
Chuck Quizmo, Matthew
Jeffries.
23:12. Whoever exalts
Grossman.
himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted.
McCarthy. Guest.
Cassie letting me know that
McCarthy.
she gave me a like on
Guthrie.
YouTube. Thank you so much.
McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. McCarthy. Harshbarger.
El
McCarthy.
Matley
Hayes.
on Rumble says anything
Jeffries.
but McCarthy at this point.
Kern.
He looks like a spoiled brat.
McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries.
If you strike me down,
Henson.
I shall become more powerful
McCarthy.
than you could
Forsberg.
possibly imagine. Obi-Wan Kenobi, A New Hope,
Jeffries.
1977. James
Houchin.
Paul Tinley on YouTube.
McCarthy.
Nathan C. Young is trying to say that he's already lost it. Actually, the problem of it is since
Houlihan.
we've had people vote
Jeffries.
present, it's lowering the number,
Hoyer.
Nathan.
Jeffries. Boyle of Oregon.
It's lowering the number.
Jeffries. Hudson.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries.
I mean, it
Huizinga.
sucks because basically, one way or another, they
McCarthy.
blinked.
Hunt. McCarthy. Isa. McCarthy. Ivy.
Kid Jones on
Jeffries.
YouTube. Yes, this is for
Jackson of
Posey,
Illinois.
right? Yeah. It's for Posey.
Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Jackson Lee.
Narrow Gate Ministries.
Jeffries.
Was saying no, he hasn't. Meaning he hasn't lost. The president vote is lowering the bar. The Dem could possibly win because the Dem's winning president.
James.
Possible, not likely.
McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries. Jeffries.
That's so stupid. Oh, look at me, look at me. I'm ready for myself. Oh.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries.
You gotta understand these
Johnson
people.
of Louisiana.
They wake up every morning,
McCarthy.
and this is literally what they do.
Johnson
It's
of
literally what they
Ohio.
say.
Looking zazzy as hell today.
Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson of South Dakota.
Dusty. McCarthy. You like that? You like that?
You like it?
of
You
Ohio.
like it when you vote for yourselves?
McCarthy.
You like that? You like that?
Logger Dove.
Yeah, you totally do.
Jeffries.
Totally like it.
Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Higgins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy.
I don't know. Sean
Kilmer.
Carlson under McCarthy
Jeffries.
will they be?
Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries.
Where is this guy
Krishnamurthy.
going?
Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy.
Is he thinking that he's
Hood.
got it because of all the
McCarthy.
present? What's going on?
LaLorda.
What's happening?
McCarthy.
Something's happening, you guys. I am not liking it.
LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries.
I just don't trust him.
Lana.
Where's he going? What is he up to?
McCarthy.
I must know these things.
LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
On behalf of the great state of New York, which helped deliver this Republican majority, I'm proud to cast my vote for the next speaker, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
Oh. It's like, just vote! Don't make a speech out of it. Just fucking vote.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin.
I would just love for
Jeffries.
somebody there are people
Liu.
to like vote other.
Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. McCarthy. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries.
Well, then, yeah.
Mace.
Gaetz lets down. I mean,
McCarthy.
somebody was going to have to blink at some
Magaziner.
point. Somebody was going to have to blink,
Jeffries.
unfortunately. It's bound to happen.
Maliotakis.
If they had,
Mann.
you know, if they had like 100
McCarthy.
people,
Manning.
Gaetz could have held out. But they
Jeffries.
didn't have 100 people standing against
Massey.
them for whatever fucking reason.
McCarthy. Mast.
Carson,
McCarthy.
W. and Cameron likes Luna.
Matsui.
Because
Jeffries.
they didn't realize that he'd been showing her a lot.
Macbeth.
Probably does. I mean, she's kind of a pretty
Jeffries.
lady.
McCarthy. McCarthy.
Hell, Matt Leon Rumble. The acting displayed by these politicians is cringy. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Why? Was that someone that switched their mode to something? Is that why they're all fucking cheering? Oh my gosh.
McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries.
RLM fire.
McGovern.
Well, even if this Congress does very well,
Jeffries.
this is all we will hear about for the 6 months
McHenry.
prior to the 24 election. Yep.
McHenry.
Yep.
McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ming.
On behalf of the state of New York, various will deliver Speaker.
Oh, Matt Leo Ron Rumble. This makes me not want to go to work anymore. This is what the government does all day.
Jeffries. Muser.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. McCarthy. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Murphy. McCarthy.
Narrow Way, Narrow Gate
Nadler.
Ministries. Where on Rumble says,
Jeffries.
where else can you go to work, get
Napolitano.
full medical, retirement, you name it. They got it, and get $200,000 a year for this.
Jeffries. The Goose. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross.
Wow, I have jumped in subscribers
Jeffries.
up to 982
Norman.
on YouTube. Thank you so much. I'm
McCarthy.
trying desperately to want to get to 1,000 so that I can begin
McCarthy.
the process of being able to get monetized on YouTube. So
Obernolte.
thank you for subscribing.
McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries.
Sharon Baxter, 14 votes, and that
Opens.
egomaniac won't step down. What a vile, horrid
McCarthy.
human being McCarthy is.
Omar.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I
Jeffries.
almost don't know that I can blame him for
Owens.
stuffing it out. Again,
McCarthy.
he was short
Malone.
by 5 people, Sharon. It's not like
Jeffries.
we're
Palmer.
talking 100. You know.
McCarthy. Panetta.
So
Jeffries.
typically when,
Pappas.
unfortunately, the smaller group
Jeffries.
is eventually going to
Pasquale.
link to the larger.
Jeffries. Payne.
So,
Jeffries.
which is
Pelosi.
unfortunate. But
Jeffries.
oftentimes, if you've got 5 people against
Jeffries. Pence.
300, some
McCarthy. Perez.
5 isn't
Jeffries.
going to be able to hold out.
Perry. McCarthy. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen.
I think it's a coward vote as well.
Jeffries. Pfluger.
Because basically you're allowing them to get what they want because
Phillips.
you feel like you don't have much of a
Jeffries.
choice.
Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries.
The ones that
Ramirez.
voted present according to Fox News
Jeffries.
was
Raskin.
Representative-elect Andy Biggs
Jeffries.
from Arizona, Lauren Boebert,
Reschenthaler.
Colorado, Eli Crane, Arizona, and Matt
McCarthy.
Gaetz, Florida.
Rogers of Washington.
And as we have said, their votes
McCarthy.
lower the threshold required for McCarthy
Rogers
to
of
win by making
Alabama.
it easier for him to get a majority of those
McCarthy.
voting for a candidate.
Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale.
Yeah, there
Rosendale.
yeah,
Ross.
there was a
Jeffries.
little bit of
Rouser.
a got a little bit
McCarthy.
intense there for a little bit.
Roy. McCarthy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rutherford.
Wouldn't that be something if it had gone the other way and that whole voting present thing fucking backfired?
McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries.
I mean, I think after making them vote for
McCarthy.
15 rounds, I think he's already kind of shot,
Scanlon.
honestly. Him and Boebert.
Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries.
Ugh.
Snyder.
Why are they showing that old hat for?
Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. McCarthy. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. McCarthy.
I just keep wondering if there's still a chance that somebody's going to screw this up and people are going to start voting other.
McCarthy.
That would be amazing.
Of Nebraska.
It's not going to happen, but I'm so cheering for it to happen.
Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy.
My cat is starting the ritual of trying to knock things over because I'm not paying attention to him.
Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Present. Sparts. McCarthy.
Beneath the table, the man does control me. Yes! Master Puppet. Wars.
Stansbury. Jeffries.
I need to find a clip of that person actually saying that and
Stanton.
be able to play it.
Jeffries.
Because I imagine that yes being loud. Yes!
McCarthy.
Yes!
Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries.
Now, Matt Lee on Rumble says, if I was the Republican
Jeffries.
opposition, I would hold out until
Torres of
McCarthy removed
California.
himself.
Jeffries. Torres of New York. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone.
You know, they could at any time,
Turner.
though, they could change their vote, you know.
McCarthy.
Gaetz, Boebert,
Underwood.
they could have a change of heart.
Jeffries.
And they could be like,
Valadeo.
fuck you all.
McCarthy. Van Drew.
On behalf of Southern New Jersey's 2nd Congressional District, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. VC.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner.
It makes me nervous that it's so close.
McCarthy.
It makes me very, very nervous.
Mr. McCarthy.
McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Oh.
Westerman.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries.
I mean, I totally
Williams of
get
Georgia.
not wanting
Jeffries.
Williams
of New
McCarthy,
York.
but how fucking close we came
McCarthy.
to getting Jeffries?
Williams of Texas.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina.
Oh, God.
McCarthy. Whitman.
This
McCarthy.
is too fucking close. I don't like
Womack.
this. I do not like.
McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke.
The next Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Kevin.
What if people could change their votes? What if when somebody has to change a heart? I wish that would fucking happen. Oh. Fuck you, Gaetz. Fuck you, Bobert. Social media wanted you to hold the line. Why didn't you fucking hold the line? Carson, WLL, people change their votes. That'd be wild. That would be wild. Ugh.
So you need to say down, and then we need to go back.
VG Piano Guy Waters has the worst case of wretched bitch face I have ever seen. Yeah. Narrowgate Ministries says on Rumble they sold themselves out. Come on, change your votes, people. Change your 5 to other. Come on, you can do it. Social media, what did you do? Come on. Wow, I now have 990 subscribers. 990 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so much for that. I hope you stay around. Help us make something great here on YouTube.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Thank you for the 8 likes on Rumble. I appreciate that. And the 76 followers. Getting a little bit on there as well. I appreciate that.
Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries.
Oh, Lord, there were some people that hadn't voted. Why am I hearing a commercial?
Rosendale.
Present.
Present.
Oh, that was on, that was because I had thing open for, Fox News. Oh. Someone? Whoa. What are they all cheering about? Six voted present. Just wild. This is how democracy ends, with thunderous applause. Well, we are not actually a democracy. I believe the correct term is constitutional republic. Narrow way, narrow gate ministries. This is how a constitutional republic dies. Oh wow, I am on to 996 subscribers on YouTube. God bless you. If you fall off after this because you were just liking and following so that you could comment, I get it, I understand. But if you stick around and we eventually get to 1,000, God bless you. Thank you. Why is Lord Boebert getting her picture Are you fucking kidding me? No, wait, no, that was MTG, not Lauren Boebert. Are you fucking kidding me? What? Jesus. These people.
Tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 428, of which the Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 216.
think he's saying finally. Ugh.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Pastafarian Canuck. Oh, and by the way, here for the long haul. Glad to have found your streams on Rumble as well. Hope to see you do big things. Well, thank you so much. God bless you for that. MT Romer, we're a
Six
constitutional
recorded as
republic which
present.
uses democratic processes.
Therefore, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives.
El Malley on Rumble says they're a bunch of TikTok ethod wannabes. Oh yeah. Ugh. Jayhawks on YouTube says, and just like that, America died. Yeah. Oh my god, now they're chanting the USA. I think America's dead. Not yet.
The clerk appoints the following committee to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Albini. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Mrs. Weiss. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Hausching. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barbara Lee. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy. The gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett. And the members of the California delegation, Ms. Pelosi, Ms. Waters, Mr. Calvert, Ms. Eshoo, Ms. Lofgren, Mr. Sherman, Mrs. Napolitano, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Schiff, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Issa, Mr. Costa, Ms. Matsui, Mr. McClintock, Ms. Chu, Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Vera, Ms. Bonnie, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Lamalfa, Mr. Peters, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Swalwell, Mr. Takano, Mr. Vargas, Mr. Desanye, Mr. Torres, Mrs. Torres, Mr. Valadeo, Ms.
Vegas
Farragut,
_5150. I tuned in late. This fucking
Mr. Correa,
sucks. Yeah.
Mr. Khanna,
Yeah.
Mr. Panetta, Mr. Gomez, Mr. Harder, Mr. Levin, Ms. Porter, Mr. Mike Garcia, Mrs. Kim,
I
Mr.
actually
Obanoti,
don't remember what this part
Mrs.
is
Steele,
about right here.
Mr. Dewar, Mr. Robert Garcia, Mr. Kamlega Dove,
Are they
Mr. Keeley,
recognizing the
Mr.
special
Mullins.
guests that they had?
The committee will retire from the chamber to escort the speaker-elect to the chair.
Or maybe that's the list of people that were on a specific. Maybe they were reading through the list of names that were on a specific committee or something. Narrow gate ministries? No, they are escorting the speaker elected to the chair ceremony. Oh, okay, so they're saying who is called to do that, making all ceremonious. Doing YouTube and Rumble, put a 1 in the chat if you want me to stick around to watch him get escorted. If not, I have this Roland J. Brunson versus LMS Adams. Somebody mentioned that earlier in the previous stream. I talked about it. Somebody was saying, keep them all there, and Brunson will get them. I'll get them all arrested. And if you want me to go over that again, I can. I guess 5150, 1 in chat to watch him get escorted. Well, VGP guy, let's not give any more attention to McCarthy than he's already gotten. It's kind of a narrow gate ministry, stay. Let's hear him lie. Sean Carlson, who the fuck is Dominion? You mean DeSantis? No, Dominion is the company that makes the voting machines. Sean Carlson. Yes, as Miss MP Throzax1 said, Dominion voting machines. Michael Ramsey, yay, now they can go back to spinning us into oblivion. Whoop. Alright. I guess we're staying to watch this guy. Let's make sure we're really giving him his dues. Let's get this in full screen here, y'all. Thank you. I still have 241 people. Hanging out here, watch this. Let's take away the chat overlay for just a little bit. What is Gaetz crying into his milk? You should be crying into your milk, Gaetz. What is Bobert doing? Taking a selfie? Gaetz looking at Twitter and saying, social media is mad at me. Narrow Gay Ministries. Notice how Gaetz smiling. Yeah, you know. I think it's okay around now and then, you know, to smile, find things to be happy about. Who knows? Maybe Bobert found a cat video. They're laughing at that. How long are they making us fucking wait? How long does it take to fucking escort this guy to the chair? It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine. There's another song that I think was a I think it was a Christian band, but it's a great big stupid world. On a dirt clod out in space. And if Jesus came back today, they try to put him on the Oprah Winfrey show. Cause it's a great, big, stupid world. Great, big, stupid world. I'm gonna have that in my head the rest of the night. Narrow Gay Ministries, they have to get the paperwork ready and the justice has to be ready to swear him in. I wonder if he was even there. It was like, he ain't getting shit done tonight. It was like, oh, you folded. Probably fell asleep in the cloakroom. narrow gate ministry is how many people does it take to get the paperwork? So that took a lot of pop, and I need to take another piss, y'all. DJ Liquid Smoke and J Squared. I just love that username. Want to get away, want to get away, want to fly away, yeah, 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 Lenny Kravitz. Aw, Talkverse. You're a sweetheart. Oh my god! It's saying that I'm at 1,000 subscribers! Hopefully you all stick around! No! That's so sweet! Aww. Records have to be made in multiples, and the justice needs to be called that he comes to the chamber to swear them in. It'll take about 30 to 45 minutes. Okay, you know what? Fuck that. You all talk amongst yourselves. I've had enough Mountain Dew to, you know, eat a goddamn army. So behave yourselves. Don't get me suspended on YouTube in the chat. Alright? I will be right fucking back.
Madam Clerk, the Speaker-elect, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy from California.
All right, your fearless leader is back. What is up with this username? Retards to airsoft beach. Right, there is. I want to ask one little favor of you guys. If you can, if you are on the Twitchers, I have been trying to work with Ricada Law to get him to come on the show and talk about some legal shit that I don't always able to get to really talk to him about it in this chat. Go on Twitter, go to @RicadaLaw. I'm gonna put the link here. And ask him, now that she is at 1,000, when are you going to go on Director Evie? My handle is @Director Evie on Twitter. I'm gonna put that all on here. He's gonna be like, what the hell?
Madam Clerk, Whip Clark, distinguished members of the House Democratic Caucus and the House Republican Conference, it's my high honor and distinct privilege to finally be able to welcome all of you to the 118th Congress.
I believe everybody on Rumble might know who Ricada Law is at. Just for those of you on the YouTubes may not.
Let me just begin by thanking
I'm going to put my Twitter in here.
Pete Aguilar for
Tell him you've had conversations about being on a
words
show.
of introduction and for placing my name into nomination a total of 9 times. And I also want to thank my other colleagues from the Democratic Caucus for your generous words of nomination as well. Jim Clyburn, Catherine Clark, Ted Lieu, Dean Phillips, Joe Neguse, and Veronica Escobar. I also want to thank my colleagues, my friends in the House Democratic Caucus for your perseverance, for your strength, for your friendship, for your unanimity of purpose, and for your unanimous support.
Yeah. Narrow way, Narrow Gates Ministries is like blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
And I simply want to say that that showing of strength is not for any one particular individual. It will be a showing of strength throughout the 118th Congress, unanimity of purpose on behalf of the American people. Before I proceed any further, let me begin by acknowledging the distinguished gentle lady from the great state of California, the iconic, the heroic, the legendary Speaker Emerita, Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi.
Oh, God. Gag.
And without question in my mind, Speaker Emerita Pelosi will go down in history as the greatest speaker of all time. Throughout her time,
I mean, I don't know about the greatest.
Throughout her time in Congress, she's been a legendary legislator, a fabulous facilitator, and a no-nonsense negotiator. We know that Nancy Pelosi is a woman of faith, a loving wife, a mother of 5, a grandmother
Exactly, DJ
of
Liquid
9,
Smoke.
a defender of democracy, a voice for the voiceless, and a powerful champion for the children, the climate, Charm City, California, the caucus, the Congress, the country, and the Constitution.
She's been in Congress how long, and what really has she accomplished?
On your broad shoulders.
Climate change is
well,
I believe it's still considered a threat.
As well as the shoulders of the great Steny Hoyer and the great Jim Clyburn, 2 consequential leaders in their own right.
We had, well, she's been in Congress, we've had George Floyd. While she was in Congress, we had
Now, the scripture
how many
says in
died
Galatians, let us
of
not
COVID, and
become
we had to have
weary
how many of them die alone
in doing good.
because they weren't allowed to
For
have
at
loved
the
ones
proper
with them.
time, we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Over the last 2 years, House Democrats, in partnership,
The winner of the 118th
President
Congress for
Biden and
Speaker
our
of the
colleagues in the
House,
Senate,
hypocrisy.
have been hard
Railway
at
Energy
work
Ministries.
on behalf of the American people, getting big things done. We passed the American Rescue Plan, saved the economy from a deep recession, put shots in arms, money in pockets, and kids back in school. We passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to create millions of good-paying jobs, fix our crumbling bridges, roads, tunnels, our airports, a sewer and water system, our mass transportation systems, and ensure high-speed internet access in every single community.
And McCragen, I understand.
We
Thank
passed
you
gun
so much
safety
for joining
legislation
us.
for the first time in 30 years that will save lives and make our communities safer.
Better than watching
We
Home
passed the
Alone.
Chips and
We can
Science
all
Act
be miserable
to bring
together.
domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America and ensure that our workforce has the skills to succeed in the 21st century economy. And we passed the Inflation Reduction Act to strike a dramatic blow against the climate crisis, set our planet on a sustainable trajectory forward, lower energy costs.
Is it because he's the minority leader? Is that? Oh yeah, he's the
costs,
minority
and
leader.
drive
I get
down
it
the
now.
high
Okay.
price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans. It was one of the most consequential Congresses in American history. President Biden gets the job done, and the D in Democrat stands for deliver.
D in Democrat stands. Oh Lord God Almighty. Whew.
So over the next 2 years, over the next 2 years, as we begin this 118th Congress, let us continue to fight for a lower cost. Let us continue to fight in this Congress
Oh gosh.
for better paying jobs. Let us continue to fight in this Congress for safer communities. Let us continue to fight in this Congress to defend democracy. Let us continue to fight in this Congress to put and protect the public interest. Let us continue to fight in this Congress for economic opportunity in every single zip code. And let us continue to fight in this Congress for reproductive freedom. Because as Democrats, we do believe in a country for everyone.
We are a country for everyone.
We do believe in a country for everyone. A country that provides for the poor, works for working families, makes sense for the middle class, stands up for senior citizens, innovates in the inner city, strengthens suburban communities, helps out the heartland, and revitalizes rural America. We believe in a country with liberty and justice for all, equal protection under the law, free and fair elections, and yes, we believe in a country with the peaceful transfer of power.
D for dumbass.
We believe that in America, our diversity is a strength. It is not a weakness. An economic strength, a competitive strength, a cultural strength. Our diversity is a strength. It is not a weakness. We are a gorgeous mosaic of people from throughout the world. As John Lewis would sometimes remind us on this floor, we may have come over on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. We are white, we are black, we are Latino, we are Asian, we are Native American, we are Christian, we are Jewish, we are Muslim, we are Hindu, we are religious, we are secular, we are gay, we are straight, we are young, we are older, we are women, we are men, we are citizens, we are dreamers.
You didn't win. This is not about you.
That's what makes America a great country. And no matter what kind of haters are trying to divide us, we're not going to let anyone take that away from us. Not now, not ever. This is the United States of America, a land of opportunity. The fact that I'm able to stand up here today is another data point.
I am wanting to have an idea of what you guys want me to do after McCarthy's speech.
I was born in.
If you want to, we can talk a little bit more
raised
about what that Brunson versus Oma thing is all about.
Neighborhood in Crown Heights. Grew up in the Cornerstone
in case you're
Baptist
confused.
Church. Started off in the cradle roll department. Somehow survived the violence of the crack cocaine epidemic and wound up here in the United States Congress as the highest ranking Democrat in the House of Representatives. America, truly a land of opportunity. Government of the people.
There's an almost 9-minute video on YouTube
So on
that
this
we
first day,
kind of go over.
let us commit.
I don't know if I have the voice
dream,
to read it like I did
that if you work hard and play by
earlier.
the rules, you should be
I
able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family. Educate your children, purchase a home.
Narrowgate Ministries, yeah, this is not his moment. He's going to make it his moment.
Dignity. Let us commit on this
and he's gonna
first day to
suck
lift
on it
up
for whatever it's
the
worth.
American dream for every single person in this nation.
What is Chugi? That's kind of an inside joke. So Chugi means either you are trying too hard or you are not trendy.
From one majority.
I had somebody on Twitter once tell me that I was just so Chugi. And
a year of accomplishment to a year of
I had to fucking Google it. I was like, what? I'm thinking, what happened to the insults of old? Where like you were saying one bubble off a plum,
recognize
shit like that. What the fuck is Chugi? And I just thought it was so hilarious.
And are asking
that,
the question, what
I
direction
kept it.
Will we?
I decided to actually change the name of my channel.
On this first day, I do not pretend to answer that question on behalf of my colleagues on the other side
pissed that lady off
of the aisle.
When she came to my YouTube channel and saw what I did.
Partnership.
She's like, you took out of our conversation like it was a private conversation. It wasn't on fucking Twitter, bitch. It wasn't a private conversation.
Whenever and
if it was just something that was over DM,
the American people.
Maybe you could have the right to be pissed, but what the hell? It was a comment that you posted.
Not as Democrats, not as
and I did it. I didn't get mad.
but
I embraced
as
it.
Americans.
It's called monetizing the hate.
But I also want to make clear that we will never compromise our principles.
I don't want to have
House
this guy full
Democrats
screen anymore.
will
I'm
always put American values
over
autocracy, benevolence over bigotry, the Constitution over the cult, democracy over demagogues,
well, these people
economic opportunity over extremism, freedom over fascism, governing over
the weekend would be a rough time for
over hatred,
some of these
inclusion over isolation,
sexless
justice
virgins
over
not to have
judicial
use of their hands.
knowledge over kangaroo courts, liberty over limitation, maturity over Mar-a-Lago, normalcy over negativity, opportunity over obstruction, people over politics, quality of life issues over QAnon, reason over racism, substance over slander, triumph over tyranny, understanding over ugliness, voting rights over voter suppression, working families over the well-connected, xenial over xenophobia, yes we can over you can't do it, and zealous representation over zero-sum confrontation.
Oh, this dude needs to shut up.
Always do the right thing by the American people. So let us not grow weary of doing good, for the American people will reap the benefit of the harvest if we do not give up. God bless you, God bless the House, and God bless the United States of America.
Oh, God.
It is now my solemn responsibility to hand over the people's gavel to a son of Bakersfield, a former small business owner, a proud product of a firefighter's household, the gentleman from the great state of California and the next Speaker of the 118th Congress, Kevin McCarthy.
Well, I mean, I appreciate the, you know, he could have, I guess, said something underhanded there, and so I guess there's something to say about the way he introduced McCarthy. It was I don't know what's the word, chivalrous or something. I don't know.
That was easy, huh?
Oh Lord,
I never thought we'd get up here. Thank you, Minority Leader Jeffries. Hakeem, I've got to warn you. 2 years ago, I got 100% of the vote from my conference. There's somebody else I want to thank. The gentlelady who served as our presiding officer this week, our clerk, Cheryl Johnson. Thank you.
I will say this. I mean, she did her position with grace and professionalism.
You know, my father always told me, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And now we need to finish.
You know, I would have had exactly how I felt all over my face. Whatever it was that she might have been thinking, she was playing it close to the vest.
Grandchild of immigrants can rise to the highest position in the most important legislative body in our country. And if my colleague, Hakeem Jeffries, with his life story, can rise to lead his party, then opportunity and democracy still thrive in America. To Leader Jeffries, there will be times we agree, and many times we will differ. I promise our debates will be passionate, but they will never be personal. That's my commitment to you. And now, the hard work begins. What we do here today.
I don't know. I think it kind of depends.
Next year, will set the tone.
I tend to be a moderate.
Tonight,
I voted
I want to talk
for Trump twice.
to the American people.
As
Speaker of the House,
if he is
my
the option that we end up
responsibility is not to my party,
having, I will.
my conference, or even our
But
Congress.
I'm
My
not sure that I
Our
make up the
responsibility
typical
to our country.
Republican, the typical Trump voter.
Two months ago, you voted for a new direction for our country. You embraced our commitment to America. And now we're going to keep our commitment to you. It's a commitment for an economy that's strong, where you could fill up your tank of gas and feed your family, where paychecks grow and not shrink. It's a commitment for a nation that's safe, where communities are protected, law enforcement is respected, and criminals are prosecuted.
Oh, the look on Gaetz and Boebert's faces. Wow.
A commitment for the future that's built on freedom, where children come first and are taught to dream big. Because in America, dreams can still come true. A commitment for a government that is held accountable, where Americans get the answers they want, need, and deserve. Our system is built on checks and balances. It's time for us to be a check and provide some balance to the president's policies. There is nothing more important than making it possible for American families to live and enjoy the lives they deserve. That is why we commit to stop wasteful Washington spending, to lower the price of groceries, gas, cars, housing, and stop the rising national debt.
Yeah, it appears a lot of people do not trust McCarthy.
Burden, lower energy costs for families, and create good-paying jobs for workers by unleashing reliable, abundant, American-made energy. I know the night is late, but when we come back, our very first bill will repeal the funding for 87,000 new IRS. You see, we believe government should be to help you, not go after you. We're going to pass bills to fix the nation's urgent challenges, from wide open southern borders.
I am now at 77 subscribers on Rumble. Thank you so much.
Indoctrination in our schools. We'll also address America's long-term challenges, the debt, and the rise of the Chinese Communist Party. Congress must speak with one voice on both of these issues. This is why we will end wasteful Washington spending.
You still have 104 watching.
If a federal bureaucrat wants to spend it
on YouTube. Thank you for sticking around.
They will come before us to defend it. As for the Chinese Communist Party, we will create a bipartisan select committee on China to investigate how to bring back the hundreds of thousands of jobs that went to China.
Pedrozex1 asked me if I hit 1,000 subs on YouTube. Yes, I'm currently at 1,000. Sometimes it'll go down a little bit.
Now, speaking of committees,
a little trick is to require people to subscribe in order to be able to comment.
To the origins
and this was the first time I
weaponization of the FBI.
saw like a huge bump from doing that. So I appreciate it. It's possible that I could lose a few. That's okay. It's all good. It happens.
Let me be very clear. We will use the power of the purse and the power of the subpoena to get the job
What I'm really hoping is that you guys, and some of you will go to Twitter and be like, hey, Mr. Advocate Law.
This is
kind of been talking to her a little bit about being on the show. Like now that she's at 1,000,
speak out for the backbone,
you know, you should come on. That would be
working taxpayer.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you think so.
It's nighttime here in Washington. But in some ways, it's also like a new beginning, a fresh
The
start.
Chuggy Show is where it's cool to be chuggy.
This chamber,
if you're not
now
chuggy,
fully
then you're probably
open
not going to like it here.
for all Americans to visit. I want to give all Americans a personal invitation. You are welcome to see this body at work. No longer will the doors be closed, but the debates will be open for you to witness what happens in the People's House. From the committee rooms to this floor, we commit to pursue the truth passionately and embrace debate. No more one-sided inquiries. Competing ideas will be put to the test in public so that the best ideas win. But we also pledge to bring Congress to the people, because answers have not and will not always be found in Washington.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I want to keep the faith that he won't.
That's why
but
one of our very
we'll see.
first hearings will be held on the southern border. No more ignoring a crisis of safety and sovereignty. We must secure our border. We must get America back on track. Now, on a personal note, to my family, here and at home. To Judy, Megan, Connor, Emily, my brother Mark, Monica, Zach, and yes, my mom, Bert. I am where I am because you are who you are.
Well, that's sweet. That's a nice thought.
You can stand. I'd also like to thank my constituents in California's Central Valley. Yes, and especially my hometown of Bakersfield. I don't know if you're familiar with music, but as Buck Owens sings, how many of you that sit and judge me have ever walked the streets of Bakersfield? Well, I've walked those streets my entire life. I know its people. They're hardworking and relentless, optimistic about our future. And I'm very honored.
Oh, Lord God Almighty, you guys want to hear something that's going to have some of your blood
I am the son
boiling?
of a firefighter. I saw firsthand what it means to have hard work, leadership, and service to others. It can change
So,
people's
President
lives.
Zelensky
And that is exactly
has
why
tweeted-
we're here today, to serve you, the people.
Congratulations to
We
God
come here with the
Leader on his
support of our
election as the
families
Speaker
and the
of the
faith
House
of
of
our neighbors.
Representatives. You have
Be their
supported
voice in
all
Washington.
fields have been vital for Ukraine's success on the
For
battlefield.
all the wives
We're
and
counting on your
husbands,
continued
children
support
and parents
and further U.S.
who are
assistance
watching,
to bring our common victory
a loved
closer.
one to be sworn in. I knew it took a couple extra days. I'll be honest, it's not how I had it planned.
I mean, it's interesting. He's got a lot of comments from people
want you
thinking,
to remember
"Oh,
this
now that
moment.
he's
Take it in.
elected, your
Your
assistance
loved
is
ones
coming to an
are
end."
about to make history.
Well, we'll
My
see about
colleagues
that.
and I thank you for your understanding and your sacrifice. And we will work every day to make you proud. My
We'll see
most
about that.
favorite spot in this building is not in this chamber. It's in the chamber they met before, in Statuary Hall. It's my favorite place to take people on a tour. You see, it's where Abraham Lincoln served. He was just a one-term congressman, sat in the back. I like to go to that spot and I like to stand where he stood. I like to do it at night when people aren't around. I like to look over and look at the clock. Because that's the same clock and same view that Abraham Lincoln saw. I've watched Lincoln serve in the greatest challenge to our Constitution, the Civil War. I watched him take peoples who were rivals and put them together. I watched at a time that he did not know if a nation could sustain itself, but he dreamt of a future and built a railroad across the nation. I want us to all take a moment one time that you are here. I want you to stand there. I want you to look. And I want you to think. If America could do it then, we can do it now one more time.
Sweeping view of the entire crowd. Look how marvelous it is. Look how many of them are standing up. Please.
You know, Abraham Lincoln gave his life in service to this country. One of his most important observations about America applies today, as much as it did 160 years ago. He said, "We are striving to maintain the government and institutions of our fathers and to transmit them to our children and our children's children forever." My fellow Americans, that is still our mission today. This moment calls for restoring trust within our country and with each other. In that spirit, I will work with anyone and everyone who shares our passion to deliver a better future for the nation. I hope you'll join me. As a Congress, we can only operate if we cooperate. My door will be open. I'd like you to come by. I want you to see, as you walk down the hall, a large portrait of Lincoln. I want you to go into that conference room I want you to see another portrait. My members know of this. It's of Washington crossing the Delaware. You all know the story. It happened on Christmas, 1776. There was no iPhone to take a picture. People wonder when it was painted. It wasn't painted by someone who was there. It was painted in 1850 and 1851. He was an immigrant who lived in America, amanuensis. You know why he painted it? Because he knew America was more than a country. America was an idea. He went home to Germany. And he wanted Germany to have a revolution based upon the values and freedoms that we defend every day. His talent was art. So he believed if he painted this painting, he could inspire his countrymen to rise up for the idea of freedom. Well, many historians will tell you he didn't get it correct.
No way,
They'll
no
tell
Gaetz
you
Ministries.
Washington
That was not too long
on a
ago.
Durham
Not
boat.
y'all. I don't want this stuff in
But he
my
paints it
mine
with
before
Washington
bed. They show their
in a
colors
rowboat.
both sides. It stinks.
You
Yeah.
see 13 people, but only 12 faces.
I understand.
You see Washington standing
I
up in a
understand.
rowboat in the middle of winter, wearing a ceremonial uniform with his hand on his chest. He looks so stoic. You would look at that man, you'd say, I'd follow him anywhere. You probably believe that he never lost a battle. But history would tell us at that moment, at that time, he had only lost. We had never won. You see, that was the night of our first victory as a nation when we surprised the Hessians. But when you look at that painting, don't look at Washington. I want you to look at who's in the boat. You see, the second rower in the beret, he's Scottish. The person directly across from him in the green, rowing in the exact same cadence, is an African American. You come down right to the middle, in the red, the person who's rowing the strongest is a woman. And in the very back is a Native American. I don't know from a historic fact if they were in the boat that night, but to this young immigrant who had lived in America, that's who he believed would be in the boat. The second to last person is a farmer. He could be from Bakersfield, I'm not sure.
Why is his
His
sound
hand
not
goes across his face. People will debate this part.
so great?
But what I see is a hand of the 13th person nobody sees. You see, what I believe Emmanuel is saying is, here we are, battling for the creation of the idea of freedom. That every individual is equal. Not a perfect nation, but striving to be a more perfect union. Having lost every battle against the greatest
You'd probably
ground
try to
with
claim
the
none,
strongest
Sharon.
nation.
To be
Having
like,
lost them all,
you
but
know,
willing to do it on our
I'm just
holiest of nights.
so good at this that I just
with
did
a
it from
hand
the hip.
reached out and asking if you would join us. That's as true today as it was then. If we let everybody in the boat, if we row in the same cadence together, there is no obstacle this body can overcome for this nation. It is time for us to be the voice and worthy of their vote. Let me close with this. I may not know all of you, some of you are new, but I hope one thing is clear after this week. I never give up.
Yeah. We know who did. We know who did give up.
And I make this promise. I'll never give up for you, the American people. And I will never give up on keeping our commitment to America. Our nation is worth fighting for. Our rights are worth fighting for. Our dreams are worth fighting for. Our future is worth fighting for. Therefore, with love for this country and charity for each other, let us now take our oath and be worthy of the office on which we are about to enter. God bless everybody in this chamber, and God bless America. Not so fast. I have to get sworn in first. Sit down. I am now ready to take the oath of office. I want to ask the Dean of the House, the Honorable Hal Rogers of Kentucky, one of my first mentors, to administer the oath of the office.
First, we want to offer a bipartisan congratulations to the gentleman from California. Now will the Speaker designate raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you're about to enter? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Congratulations and Godspeed to the Speaker.
Round of applause.
According to the President, the Chair will swear in the members-elect en masse. The members-elect will rise. The Chair will now administer the oath of the office. All members-elect will raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God. Congratulations. You are now members of the 118th Congress.
Well, there we have it, people. Yeah, magnified in the world. Jesus came back today. We try to put him on the air for every show. It's a great, big, stupid world. Members of the 118th Ball-tail Scene.
All right, we got a little more business.
Uh-oh.
I hope that was worth the wait. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Mr. Stefanik.
Honor to be the first to address you from the floor of the People's House as Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have selected as Majority Leader the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Steve Scalise.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Speaker, as the chair of the Democratic Caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Leader the gentleman from New York, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have selected as Majority Whip the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Tom Emmer.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the Democratic Caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Whip the distinguished gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
Yeah, for a while there, I had
The
a
chair
couple of
recognizes
different
the gentlewoman from New York, Ms.
names.
Stefanik.
Mr. Speaker,
Well, then
I offer a
I
privileged
thought
resolution
Rainbow's
and ask
Bride's
for its
Evil
immediate
Twin
consideration.
sounded funny.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1.
And
that
so I
Cheryl L.
Googled
Johnson of the
it,
state of
and then I
Louisiana
found this.
be and is hereby
I need to
chosen
get
clerk of the
myself
House of
my own
Representatives.
like little
That
icon that
Catherine
I'm not just
Spindor of
ripping
the
off
Commonwealth of
somebody
Virginia
else.
be and is hereby chosen.
But
Chief
for now, I have
Administrative
that,
Officer
and it's
of the House
literally
of
supposed to be an
Representatives.
evil
And that Reverend
rainbow
Dr.
bride.
Reverend Dr. Margaret Grun Kibben of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania be and is hereby chosen chaplain of the House.
I mean,
of
I suppose it
Representatives.
works because chooky means you're not trendy,
The gentlewoman
and
from New York.
that doesn't
Mr. Speaker, I yield
exactly
to the gentleman
look-
from California, Mr.
I don't know.
Aguilar, for the purpose of
Trendy?
offering an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment
Lack
to the
better word?
resolution, but before offering the amendment, I request that there be a division of the question on the resolution so that we may have a separate vote on the chaplain.
The question will be divided. The question is on agreeing to that portion of the resolution providing for the election of the chaplain. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed?
There's a
The ayes
slightly
have it. This portion of the resolution is agreed to.
better picture
Without
there.
objection,
That's
the
what the whole
motion to
entire thing
consider
looks like.
is laid on the table.
I use that as my logo for the time
Now, if we
being.
could just have all votes like that. Don't blame me for hoping. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I offer an amendment to the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from New York.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Aguilar of California for the remainder of House Resolution 1. That Tasia Jackson of the state of New York be
Yeah,
and is hereby chosen.
I like
clerk
it
of the House
too,
of
but,
Representatives. That William J. Walker
it's
of the
not
state of
like-
Maryland be and is hereby chosen Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives.
It's not
And that
really
Ian Regin
probably
of the state of
technically
New York
mine
be and is
to
hereby
use.
chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives.
However I want. So I probably need
The
to
question is on the
find
amendment offered by the
something
gentleman
else.
from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Well,
The noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the remainder of the resolution offered
it's definitely
by
not
the gentlewoman
trendy.
from
It's
New York.
definitely not hip.
Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Okay. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the provision of Section 208A, the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1946, the chair appoints William McFarland of the state of Maryland to act and to exercise the duties of the Sergeant of Arms of the House of Representatives effective today. Okay. The chair will now swear in the officers of the House. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which you are about to enter, so help you God. Congratulations.
Sharon Baxter, I don't think he sounds like Pelosi. Anything's better than listening to her when she can barely talk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, doesn't that have a good ring to it, Kevin? Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 2, resolve that the Senate be informed that a quorum of the House of Representatives has assembled, that Kevin McCarthy, a representative from the state of California, has been elected Speaker, and that Cheryl L. Johnson, a citizen of the state of Louisiana, has been elected Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 118th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer an additional privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 3, resolve that a committee of the 2 members be appointed by the Speaker on the part of the House of Representatives to join with the committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 3, the chair appoints the following members to the committee on part of the House to join a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled
I'm not
and
sure.
that
It's a good
Congress is
question.
ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Why can't we hear?
For what purpose does the gentleman from
I guess-
Kentucky, Mr.
I
Rogers,
guess it's
seek
'cause nobody
recognition?
was talking.
Speaker, I have a privileged resolution, ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 4, resolve that the clerk be instructed to inform the President of the United States that the House of Representatives has elected Kevin McCarthy, a representative from the state of California, as Speaker, and Cheryl L. Johnson, a citizen of the state of Louisiana, as Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 118th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the desk. What do we got now?
GPT chat wrote all of that.
The chair would like to make a statement concerning the introduction and reference of bills. Since the rules of the 118th Congress has not yet been adopted, the rights of members to introduce bills and the authority of the Speaker to refer them is delayed. The chair will state that submitted bills will be held until adoption of the rules, at which time they will be referred to and, as possible, to appropriate committees. At that time, the bills which are not referred to and do not appear in the record as of that day will be included in the next day's record and printed with a date as of the time and of the rules were adopted. Under Clause 5D in Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that the whole number of the House is 434. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned until 5 p.m. on Monday.
Until 5 p.m.? Yeesh.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. All right, the ayes have it.
All right. So what am I doing now, chat? What would you like to see me do to celebrate
After
that
4 straight days of voting, the
I
U.S.
cracked
House has elected a speaker. Kevin
1,000
McCarthy from
subscribers?
California was finally able to secure a majority of votes to claim the speakership, ending a process that was unprecedented since the Civil War. Out until Monday now, when they'll
Yeah.
consider a package of rules
don't reconvene
governing
until
the
5 p.m. Monday.
118th
I'll be at
Congress.
work.
You can watch live House coverage right here on C-SPAN.
Does that mean we all need to pray for a comment? No.
Have you ever spent hours online
wanna do
shopping for an
that. We
item
don't
you
wanna do
want?
that.
ModeSense is here to help you save serious time and money. We partner with over 10,000 of the world's top fashion.
Goodness. It's over, y'all. We survived. We survived. So, who wants me to go over the Roland J. Brunson thing? We got a video that we can watch here that I think that will cover that a little bit. So basically, there's this bill that that they have decided, or not this bill. I'm calling it a bill. Holy fucking God, what's the matter with me? The Supreme Court has a case that they put into conference today, and in that conference, they were going to decide whether or not they were going to hear it, but they did not announce tonight what they decided to do. And basically, it's saying that on January 6th, when they met to confirm the presidential votes, that they did not follow the proper steps needed to address any fraud, and that because of that, they did not uphold their oath of office. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna share this. I read the whole entire bill itself, and I actually went a little bit deeper into it. Here's the thing. They are likely, I seriously doubt that we will see them do anything with this, and here's why. They'll likely dismiss it because here's the thing. Nobody wants to deal with the chaos that would erupt by having all of these people arrested because they did not properly investigate voter fraud. It's not going to happen. They may debate it a little bit, but then they're gonna be like, no, sorry, we're not hearing this. But let's see what this particular
Statement of the case. This action is against 388 federal officers in their official capacities, which include President Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., Vice President Kamala Harris, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, and former Vice President Michael Richard Pence, respondents. All the respondents have taken the required oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies,
well, that's too slow,
foreign and domestic, and as such they are liable for consequences when they violate the oath of office.
Well, this is horrible. We're not listening to this.
Warned and were requested to make.
Oh my goodness, we're not listening to that. There's got to be a better video. Holy crap! Hold on a second here. That was horrible. There may not be really any good videos about it. So, hold on right here. I'll find the... There's something else here. Okay, so Moyo Makos, One Who Fights Alone, the blog of George and Gail Michaelopoulos. So this is going to give you an idea of why somebody was saying that, you know, they'll all be arrested. Yeah, don't hold your breath. And they're all going to get arrested. So what is it really about? On January 6, 2021, the 100-something Congress held a proceeding in Washington, D.C. for the purpose of determining the votes in the 2020 presidential election and certifying the results for the president and vice president of the United States. During this proceeding, over 100 members of U.S. Congress claimed they had factual evidence that the 2020 elections were rigged. President Biden, Harris, former VP Pence, and 385 members of Congress broke their oath to protect the Constitution by voting against proposition that came from members of Congress to investigate the claims that there were enemies of the Constitution who successfully rigged the election. Failing to investigate the matter demonstrates the respondents adhered to the enemy, which is treason, and their inaction unilaterally violated the rights of every citizen of the U.S. The cases. The plaintiffs have two cases. The first one was filed by Lloyd Brunson and is still held up in the Utah federal court. However, an identical case was filed by his brother with the U.S. Supreme Court, bypassing the previous 10th Circuit Court of Appeals by filing it under Rule 11, stating the case falls under the category of a national emergency. So Rule 11 is, don't make me say this right, big fancy words to United States Courts of Appeals before judgment. we're just going to say that. A petition for a writ of big words to review a case pending in the United States Court of Appeals before judgment is entered in that court, but granted only upon showing that the case is of such imperative public importance as to justify deviation from a normal appellate practice and to require immediate determination in this court. Why this is a historic U.S. Supreme Court case. The case involves the possible removal of a sitting president and vice president of the United States, along with 388 members of the United States Congress and Mike Pence. The respondents were probably warned and were requested to make an investigation into a highly covert, swift, and powerful enemy seeking to destroy the Constitution in the United States of America. Congress failed in their constitutional duties by ignoring the protection of critical infrastructure election systems during a national emergency. U.S. courts have consistently held that fraud vitiatus. Again, we don't do fancy words here, people. We don't. How much am I drinking? I swear to God, I've had 2 things of Mountain Dew. This is just me being chuggy, y'all. This is just me being chuggy. Now, where was I here? The respondents were properly warned and requested to make an investigation into a highly covered, swift, and peaceful enemies seeking to destroy the Constitution and the United States of America. Congress failed in their constitutional duties by ignoring the protection of critical infrastructure. During the national ministry, U.S. courts have consistently held that fraud vitiates everything. Vitiates everything. U.S. versus Throckmorton, 1878. The refusal of the respondents to investigate the congressional claim that there was an enemy undermining the elections is an act of treason, fraud by the respondents. The successful manipulation of U.S. elections constitutes an act of war. We have discussed before that Trump declared a national emergency September 12, 2018 by Executive Order 13848 with respect to foreign interference in or undermining public confidence in the United States elections, which would cover the 2020 elections. We have also discussed that Biden kept the order in play for another year beginning September 7th, 2022, which would cover the midterms. When the Supreme Court received their petition, they called the Brunson brothers and told them they would review the case, and they set a conference on January 6th where the 9 justices conference will vote on whether or not to move forward to a hearing. Only 4 of the 9 votes are needed to proceed. The fact that this case has gotten this far, this fast, is extremely unusual. And I will agree with that. I will agree that I am surprised that we have managed to get here. If the Supreme Court has a hearing and finds defendants failed to live up to their constitutional duties, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The U.S. Supreme Court has the right to both adjudicate and execute their findings. In other words, it was in the U.S. Supreme Court's providence to personally throw these people out of office. The fact that they overturned Roe v. Wade shows they are willing to go where angels fear to tread. I don't know about that. The fact that they overturned Roe v. Wade shows they are willing to go where angels fear to tread. With this case, they may go there again. Some of the comments say, don't hold your breath, cowards remain cowards. They had their chance with the Texas suits. They dismissed their standing. It's not about the facts or the law, it's about fear. The night of the 2020 elections, the title of the book came to mind and wouldn't leave. The Once and Future King. George, my comment is, seriously, the fact that your entire arm is about the vocal word for calculation is what I mean about damn getting ready to break. I won't play that game, and I shouldn't even try, but here goes. Are you aware that there are scores of third world banana republics around the world in which limited whereas elections stolen from them? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about this. I have kind of mixed feelings about this this whole idea here. It's possible that what will actually end up happening is they could feel like, okay, you know what? If we at least put this into conference and then we make a ruling about whether or not we're going to set a date to hear or go arguments, they can be like, well, you know, we listened, we heard them out, you know, yada yada, whatever. But it's you're literally talking about them actually considering throwing them out of office. And I just think that the the idea that they will do that is, I mean, the absolute chaos that we're talking about throwing the U.S. into by doing that. I've been on the site for the Supreme Court, and I can only see where they posted one thing today. It had nothing to do with any of this. It doesn't look like that they have released a decision about what to do, as far as I can tell. Let's Google some things here and see what comes up. It's just very, very, very unlikely that they will do it. Let's see what this is. So that's the big thing of it is that I'm a lawyer. Holy crap, am I tired? I'm not a lawyer, so I just can't imagine them wanting to deal with this chaos. I just can't. And can you imagine? I mean, you thought there was rioting during George Floyd. Can you imagine what would happen? Said, oh yeah, sure. Let's toss this all out. No, I am not a lawyer. No, not a lawyer. No, dude, seriously. There will be mass if they try to pretty much, kick out just about everyone that was in Congress over this. Yeah, there will be mass. There would be mass rioting if they heard the case and then ruled in their favor. Yeah, it's not gonna be pretty, and I'm just having a really hard time believing that the Supreme Court really wants to have to deal with all that. That'd be awesome. It's worth it. Well, we'll have to agree to disagree, dude. So, but you see, you gotta remember too that I have said previously, I am not your typical Trump supporter. I will always say that, yeah, I'm sure that there was some, some things that were dishonest that happened and should not have happened during the election. You can never say that there was never any fraud. But was there fraud on the scale that, was there fraud on the scale that it caused him the election? Or was there people, did we underestimate what many Americans may have felt about what happened during COVID under Trump? Trump, by and large, kind of let the states decided how they wanted to handle certain things. And I think that a lot of people may have felt that he should have done more to protect them from overreach of their states. I don't know. One of the reasons why I would like to have a YouTube lawyer come on to talk about it is because I would like to be able to talk about the merits of some of the things that they say on there. But I'm not a lawyer. So I've read on a previous thing, I read through the entire argument. And I can, definitely agree that they make some really good points. But what the justices have to debate in the argument that they have to make is that, we're correct in everything that they say here, and then the other side is going to make their arguments for why it is that they're wrong. And it's possible that they may be hoping that, we're hopefully going to be able to put this to rest for once and all, and we're going to be able to tell you all that you're full of smoke, full of, BS and don't know what you're talking about. So, I don't know. It will be interesting whether or not some of the things that they're saying, whether or not it holds as much water as what we might assume that it does. But I don't know for sure. And just I want justice. I want people to be held accountable. But I unfortunately am not able to own a gun right now. So if shit hits the fan, trouble. Because I don't own a gun. So I don't know, what is the appropriate process for them to actually investigate that, though, is the thing. Is it, I don't know. What? What are you talking about? Oh, goodness. I would really love to have either Rakita Law And another really good guy to have discussing these sort of things is Joe Neerman. He has a really good YouTube channel, and he's a really good lawyer, smart man. You guys would really like him. Yeah, but I don't quite agree on everything. But you know, he definitely. I don't think he's a constitutional lawyer, but he is a lawyer, and he is really very limited government type dude. And he's really smart and stuff. I'm gonna put a link here to him. He's primarily on Rumble now because he's got an exclusive thing with them. He's gotten himself kicked off of YouTube, suspended a couple of different times. So. What makes you think that she might have control of him? I get what you're saying, but I mean, he's pretty well educated on things. So there's a possibility that one guy that could end up looking at it is uncivil law. Let's see if he's done something about it. Let's see here. He's really big on the Supreme Court cases. He's very knowledgeable about all the stuff involved with that. So, but I don't think it doesn't look like he's addressed this yet. So I don't know. To us, it could very well look like that they have a solid case, but it might be a little bit more complicated than what we think it is. And if they do decide to take it out of conference and actually set a trial date, it could be because they're just hoping that they're going to be able to put this to bed once and for all. Oh, so you know, we'll kind of see what happens. But it's late, y'all. If you want to go back in my previous video, I did a read. Oh yeah. I am very familiar, very, very familiar with Viva Fry, and he's a good guy, but there's some things that he does and says that really frustrates me at times. But again, it's more because I'm just going straight with you. I am not your typical Trump supporter. I probably represent actually what a lot of people actually think about certain issues. But it's easy to think that going on things like YouTube and going on Twitter that everybody kind of thinks one way, and that you can paint everyone that voted for Trump a specific way because for whatever reason on social media that's what gets amplified. But some of these people, I listen to them and I'm like, what the actual fuck? So yeah, but it usually has. I'm usually a moderate when it comes to issues like COVID, and that's usually where Viva Fry loses me about some things that he says regarding that. I tend to be a moderate, particularly when it comes to that. But yeah. So well, y'all, I think that this is gonna have to be where I leave you. Social moderate, like I believe in some social issues. I am for as much as possible. I am for limited government. I would love it if we did not have things, like Medicare, Medicaid, but we have kind of ourselves in a situation that once you implement those things, you try to take them back, and it's just, in a perfect world, we wouldn't need to give anybody any kind of handout ever. But not everyone that is dependent on those things are dependent on them. Not everybody that is dependent on social programs are dependent on it because they're lazy and don't want to work. It's complicated. I'm 41 years old. I'm gonna be 42 soon. And I struggle as a single person. I am just at the point where I'm making enough that there's most things that I am not eligible for. At one time, I went through a period where I wasn't doing so hot, and I was eligible for certain things. Heck yeah, I took advantage of it. I gotta eat, I gotta have something until I'm to a point where I don't need that help anymore. But we know, particularly now with inflation and shit, it's hard. Things that, I could very easily at one time maybe go on to the store and bought everything that I needed for, say, $85. But now, I might go to the store and I might try to buy those same things for just, everyday items that you eat and you drink. And that just gone up to 100 or more. You know, just buying milk is ridiculously expensive. You know, and people like we're sending all this shit to Ukraine, and you know, what about Americans who are hurting? And I'm like, well, here's the thing though. If we take that money that we're sending to Ukraine and we're sending it to try to help get people off the streets, to try to, you know, maybe I don't know, maybe that money could be used to expand Medicare and Medicaid or whatever. Give some people a helping hand out that way. Make it, maybe increase the number of people that are eligible for food stamps. Help fund that. Do whatever. Then people will be mad. Right? Oh no! Now you're giving more social programs. So it's funny to me to, you know, hear them say that they don't want us doing that, but you know, and then they talk about, well, what about hurting Americans? Well, guess what? There's some hurting Americans that really could use those food stamps. But, you know, the problem of it is once they get it, then you take it away, and it's tough. It's tough. Hey, Mike Taylor, I'm so sorry to hear that. I think I might have it something you can post a link here. Well, hold on a second. I'm happy to get you helped out here. And get you some subscribers. I am often curious about that, Kim. What is it that makes someone a true Republican? Yeah, it is. It is. Once you're on there, it's hard to get off of it. But you do have people that, you know, will eventually pull themselves by their bootstraps. You know, the real issue is that people don't seem to understand that we're always going to have the poor among us. That's just the kind of the way it is. Mike Taylor News. I'm wondering how I can find you here, because I want to post a link to your thing. If anybody who wants to, the option here to subscribe to you. Okay, I found you here. I'm subscribing. Just be careful if you're saying that it's because they've nuked your account. You could get reported for ban evasion. Just throwing that out there. One of the best things that you could probably do for yourself is go to Rumble. Until you get to 100 subs, it would cost you $100. But that honestly is one of the best things that you could do for yourself, would be to go to something like Rumble. Rumble, it's pretty hard to get yourself banned on Rumble, to be honest. You would have to be like posting porn or something to get yourself reported on there. So let me post you a link that's sort of a referral here for that. I've just been hearing the word thrown aloud a lot of, oh, this person's a rhino, this person's that, and blah 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 blah. It just seems like it's not a good thing for there not to be able to be any kind of dissent within a party. But you don't necessarily want everybody in one party to agree and believe the same thing on everything, because that's not good either. I prefer to try to be an open mind on what should make someone considered a rhino or a real Republican. Well, we will have to we'll have to listen to that sometime. And maybe we can play that. I'm just advising you now that probably what they're getting you for, Mike Taylor, is ban evasion. I think it'd be super cool to have you on as a guest sometime, maybe. I have my email. If you're not on Twitter, I have my email and my YouTube profile. But I would encourage you that probably the best thing for you to do is to start trying to use Rumble to get yourself built up. Because I absolutely 100% feel that maybe I won't agree with everything that you have to say, but I 100% agree with your right to say it. You know? Libertarians, which is what Ricada Law is actually a libertarian. You know, he's kind of a free speech absolutist. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you say racist things. It doesn't matter whether you threaten mass murder, practically. I think he supports your right to say it. I tend to be, it's like, well, you know, yeah, say whatever the hell you want, but sometimes what you say can have consequences. And freedom of speech is not freedom from the consequences of saying those things, you know. But yeah. So, well, guys, I'm going to do my typical sign off. Remember, compared to the rest of the universe, we are like tiny pebbles, you know. The universe is so big, and we are just these tiny little specks compared to it. But it takes all of us working together to make the world what we want it to be. And to make the best world that we possibly can for all Americans. So always remember that, yes, you might be tiny, but you matter, your voice matters, and we need you, and you are valuable. All right. So God bless. Hopefully some of these subs that I gained tonight stick around. I'll see about trying to come on tomorrow night. Maybe we'll Saturday sometime, and maybe we'll do maybe we'll do our last little stream. Maybe play a game or something. All right. Again, God bless you. Thank you so much for your support. Take care.